Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim
I don't know.
of psychomania.
Did you want? I don't know. 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 But I'm so in love with you, baby.
Peace. Welcome to the Sunday Man Cave show, where we started this because we love football. We men, and we say 1 o'clock is our time. All right, let me give a shout out to this beautiful queen right here. I want y'all to subscribe if y'all want to hear the latest gossip on what's going on in the industry of Puff Daddy and Bale and all that stuff. Her videos is what I be playing on here when I want to talk about the gossip and all that stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to subscribe to that sister queen right there. She keeps it real 100%. Shout out to James Corvus, Infinite Minds. You guys been supporting me from day one, man. You're talking thousands of years, thousands of years ago. You're welcome, sister queen. We're going to talk about the great Assata Shakur. And as far as each one said, she won. She definitely won. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get into that here. Real men have facial hair. Hey, thanks. Let me put you on the big screen. Thanks for admiring that I don't have facial hair. I do have my beard and my beard right here, my mustache. But thank you for admiring another man. Show me a lot about your sexuality as a man. Thank you. I'm putting you on blast. Shout out to my sister Queen Mika in the building. That's my right hand, double trouble right there. Thendo, shout out to you. So we're going to talk about a lot of things today. This is just some of the things that we're going to talk about. Garfield looks young. I try. But I do want to play a video that Shezmu sent me two weeks ago, right? To start the show off. And I'm going to get into Sean. Let me see when Sean is free. But I do want to say this story here. Let me play this video. Shut up. That's a lie, bro. You're not 1,000 years old. Shout out to Cosmic, one of the smartest dudes in the community right there. But this is a video with Julius Garvey and what's his name? What's the guy's name? Robin Walker, who is very well respected. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this video to start because this is what Shezmu sent me, and I think he wants me to play it. So let's check it out.
Robin, I think last time we ended up discussing monetary.
Well, we had a conversation a week or 2 weeks ago. I guess Shezmu was saying I need to watch this because Robin Walker is one of the top scholars for the quote-unquote Afrocentrics, right? Sean was shouting you out in the video. Shout out to Sean. Sean don't realize that the Christians are not going to go as deep as he goes. The Israelites are not going to go as deep. And it's funny, and I hope he comes on today because I noticed something with the Christian sources. It says Lam is where the Christians are. I thought it was two Jewish communities in Lam, Da and Malal. Now you got Christians there too. This is just some weird stuff. But what these guys do is look for sources to agree with them without really researching the source. And by the way, to the people that are putting out the source, agree with me and Sean. Even if Christians was there, so what? You know, but that's another conversation. But let's check this out. This is the true story of the Jews and Hebrews in Egypt. I want to see why Shesmu wanted me to watch this.
Theism and paganism and a number of those concepts, spirituality versus religion and so on. And, we are presented at the present time in our history that, we have three monotheistic religions that are supposed to be the more or less absolute truth relative to God, our divine origin, if you will. And that everything else is primitive, is pagan, it's fetish, and a number of other derogative terms. And yet still, I think we can probably trace these monotheistic, so-called monotheistic religions back to their origin in Kemet. I think one of the things that we may do is to ask you as a historian, can you place the Jewish people or the Israelites or the Hebrews, or is there a difference between these three? Can you place them in Egypt? And what period of time would that be in terms of their arrival, in terms of their stay there, and then in terms of their exodus? Can you help us there? Because it seems to be a bit of a quagmire.
Before Robin Walker, who is a historian, greatly qualified, more than I can ever be, in Afrocentric circles, they always talk about the Hyksos story as being an invading story. In the last 20 years, though, academia has moved from that. There was no invading Hyksos people, right? So John Henry Clark did say that the Hyksos, so what they used to do is use James Smalls and John Henry Clark and say, yeah, those people were invaded. No Hyksos invaded. They lived within the area of that part of Egypt and took it over, went up into leadership by living within the culture. Hyksos are outsiders, are Semitic folks, have been in Egypt ever since, bro, way from pre-dynastic times. So no invading race. It was the invading race theory. Now, I hope Robin Walker is not going to say that now. Then Shesmu, I'm going to have to disagree with him from the jump. All right? But anyway, let's go.
Here's the problem. I tried writing a history of Judaism. And here's the problem. Every single fact that you could possibly imagine is controversial. And when it comes to trying to use the Tanakh, their holy scrolls, as a way of tracing them, every fact is controversial. There isn't a fact that we can say, yes, this is what happened. So the stories begin with Abraham in the city of Ur, and Ur is in Sumer. Now, the Sumerians are the people of ancient Iraq, where Iraq is today. They're not Arabs. They were originally black folks. Does that mean that Abraham was one of them? We don't know. Did Abraham even...
First problem already, because I got my master teacher from Sumer there. We don't consider the Sumerians to be black people. That stems, you see, the hypocrisy with us as scholars talking about the Bible is that they're so anti-Bible, but they literally believe the Bible because the Bible said Nimrod was from Cush, and they think it's Cush in Africa. It was actually an error in the Hebrew or whatever, mistranslation. But as far as what I know, but it was really Kish, because Kish was in Sumer. So Nimrod would be from Kish. It wouldn't be from Cush. But the issue here is they believe the Bible story. Look at what my brother wrote. See, so when they say they are black, they're basing it off the Bible. It shows hypocrisy with the anti-Bible rhetoric. Love my elders. You mean Kish was not Cush, you mean? Kish was not Cush. That's what you mean, Chuck Morgan. All right. Mark asked the question, what's wrong with using your sources? I said, Mark, you have to actually read them. That's the problem. People don't like to read. They like to depend on people who they like.
exist? We don't know. Then we have the story that Abraham's people went west from Sumer to Canaan. And in the land of Canaan, Canaan is where Israel / Palestine / Lebanon is today. In that land, they mixed with the Hittites and some other populations. The Hittites are thought to be white. Is that what happened? And then from there, they are said to have entered Egypt. Ancient Egypt during this period was definitely Black African. Did that happen? All of these things are controversial. And in Egypt, their numbers allegedly went from 70 people up to 430,000 men, not including priests. We have no figure for the number of women. We have no figure for the number of children. Professor Finch says that's 2 million people. And if 70 people enter a country and 2 million leave, those 2 million would have been Black Africans, surely. But did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
And all of these facts are controversial. So there is the only hard evidence that I consider to be hard evidence is one of the ancient Jewish temples has been found by archaeologists. And what was found was on Elephantine Island. And Elephantine Island is the boundary between ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia. And that means that whoever built the temple on Elephantine Island, they would have been Black Africans. And that's the only solid evidence that I think would definitely stand up in court if we wanted to trace the ancient people that call themselves Israelites or Jews or Hebrews or whatever.
Greetings. My name is Robin Walker. I'm also known as the Black History Man. I'm perhaps best known for my 2006 book, When We Ruled. Based on this book, I'm launching a new online history course aimed at you.
Now, how do you know that that temple is a Jewish temple on Elephant Island?
Oh, the archaeologists say so. So it's not me saying this. This isn't me. The archaeological report came out, I think, in 1911. And it was reported on by a scholar called the Reverend
Pascal Okoli. I'm going to ask you, please do not say that again. Please do not say that again. Igbo people have nothing to do with the Bible. The only people, and I'm going to prove it early with the early sources, and I say this, I argue with people who are Igbo and who are not Igbo, and I have people from Igbo land, the scholars that actually back me up. The scholars from Igbo land back me up. We have to realize before 1492, a lot of these colonialists weren't there yet, or missionaries. In 1840, that's the first reference from a source calling the Igbos Jews. Before that, I have older sources where they actually document the Igbos doing circumcision and specifically say that it is not like how they do it with the Moses and the law. They're differentiating the culture. The Igbo culture is so difficult to understand. For somebody to jump up and say the Igbos are Jews because of circumcision, when circumcision existed in Africa 6,000 years ago, way before there was even a Jew or an Israelite. But even if they do circumcision, they don't do it because of what the Bible says to do it for. They have their own, what they call, outsiders call heathen rites. So please, I'm going to ask you, forget about the Bible for a minute when it comes to Igbos. And by the way, to the same people who are claiming that they're Jews have the same genetic makeup as the 45 million other Igbos that don't claim it. You can't be matrilineal, have the same MT DNA as the woman of the culture and the same Y DNA as the males, and then say, oh, we're not from these people who we're identical to. We're other people. And then another thing too, when the mosquito would bite you to give you malaria, the red blood cell has a dormant gene that's in 70% of African Americans, male and females. This is why we as slaves were important as bodies to the Europeans. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because Jews would die, other cultures would die, but the African wouldn't die. We were like a Superman. So this is why the Native Americans would die. We have a dormant gene that allows us immunity to malaria, immunity to other diseases that were in the world at the time. We did not contract it and we did not die. So that's why in the 1500s they said, let's bring these quote unquote Negroes to the West because they are surviving and the Indians are dying out from different diseases from the Europeans. So let's stop the foolishness. No African culture is connected. And I say this with all due respect to the people who have converted to Abrahamic faith. No African culture is connected. How we got connected was through Islam, because Islam is an Abrahamic faith. So a lot of the trends that you see within the cultures of Africans is mostly connected because of the Islamic effect. Mansa Musa was a Muslim, but I never look at him and say, Mansa Musa Muslim. I say an African Mansa Musa was the richest man ever. I never say he was a Muslim. Why? Because that's secondary to the culture that he grew up in. He was an African who adopted the Islamic faith. So we need to put that aside, our personal beliefs, and look at the culture for what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the specific gene I'm speaking about, white people cannot have it. Only people who are connected to West and Central Africans. It's in our red blood cells. And if you notice when you go to the doctor today, watch this. When you go to the doctor today, your T cells are low. It's because, again, you are from West and Central Africa. Your T cells are low because of that gene that's dormant in your red blood cell. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, you are not these people from the ancient Near East. Your genetic marker is still within you. Your genetics traits are still in you. That's like lactose intolerant. Do you notice Africans cannot drink milk, regular cow's milk? It's the people, the Neolithic people from Europe who migrated to the Northwest Africa, England and all those places. They could drink milk normally. Africans on a whole, if you think about it, you'll drink almond milk and other milk, before pumpkin milk and all type of milk, but regular cow's milk, African Americans have a problem with drinking cow's milk. There are genetic traits you have that white people don't have. Let me give you another genetic trait. Auburn hair. Black people can have reddish brown hair, but we have it curly. We don't have straight hair. It's like how Sister Mika's hair in her picture is straight. Black men cannot have straight hair, straight reddish brownish hair, auburn hair. We don't have that. That's what the people in England and in Wales and Ireland and Scotland have. That's a trait that's European. You don't find it in Africans. So there are different traits that you have as a human. So when you take your DNA test, don't worry about the E1, B1A and the L2 and the L3. Let's not worry about that for now. Worry about the traits, like the allele for light white skin. We don't have that in Africa. We don't have white skin, European light white skin in Africa. We don't have that. You have Dundus, yes, that's an albino. But I'm talking about having that allele. We don't have that allele. So sis, you might not trust the test. Don't worry about the test. Worry about the genetic traits that comes with the test. If you notice, for example, they're arguing about this latest Egyptian find. And they're saying, oh, he's black. Everybody's saying he's black, white and black. But they don't like how dark he looks. He don't look black enough for the Afrocentric people, and he's too light black. Oh my God, it's crazy. And how they determined that, what they did was they look at the alleles, because there's alleles that you have that show that you're light skinned. It's just like the art. I'm gonna give an example. The people in Egypt that they have gotten their DNA, if you notice, most of their alleles, they're like medium brown or dark. That's how they show their images. All right. Brother Garfield, indeed, Sumerians are black. From there, you got the likes of course, he's reading Catherine Ochaluchu's work, who even Asar Imhotep has come out and said that when he checked her sources, and I accept what he said on this because I've seen it for myself, her sources don't match what she writes in her books. And that is horrible scholarship. All right. I'll get to the Igbo stuff later if Pascal Okoli want to come on and have a dialogue. As a matter of fact, I could read a source for the brother right now, a couple of sources of the Igbos. And the Igbos is well documented by European, by the way, and by Igbo scholars. All the scholars I use are Igbo scholars. The scholars that I use is to show that prior to colonialism, or even during the early parts of colonialism, in the 1600s, you have Europeans documenting that they have heathen rights, that their culture is mixed up and wrong, and it's heathen and wrong in every way, shape, or form. So we have that. But anyway, let's get back to the video. Enough talking.
Reverend A.H. Sayce, S-A-Y-C-E. And what's more is the temple, there's certainly, it's called the Temple of Yahu. Yahu is to be the same as Yahweh. And it's built.
Yeah, just to do this real quickly, Martin Northam, I'm gonna ask you a question. The Igbo tradition states that there's over 13 different indigenous that we could track through the scholars. Yes, its founder's name is Erie, but it's not the same Erie that's in the Bible. This is somebody from 900 years ago. Erie is over 2,800 years ago. It's two different people. It's just that the name is spelled the same in English, but it's pronounced differently in the Igbo tradition, and it's pronounced differently in Hebrew. I don't know if you want to respect that or acknowledge that, but everybody who knows it comes from Erie, hey, what's up? Come from Erie, knows it's two different Eries. And we got to stop mixing that up. That is so simple, Mark.
Using the same technology as the Egyptian temple of, I think it's Khnum, which is next door to it. And therefore, it was indigenous Africans that built both. So the Reverend A.H. Sayce. And it's really, really interesting because so few Black scholars seem to know about the Temple of Yahu on Elephantine Island. And I think that that is very, very strong evidence that everyone should be talking about, in my opinion.
Well, I'm glad you're talking about it because I didn't know about it. You know, what I know about, I think it's Elephantine Island or further, shall we say south into Ethiopia, is that the what was it called? Oh my goodness, that Solomon's son with Sheba.
Menelik.
Yeah, but and he took the I think he took it to Elephantine Island, didn't he? The well, what is it they used to worship and they would carry it?
Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant.
The Ark of the Covenant. There you go. Thank you. You know, the old brain here isn't what it used to be. Yeah, he took the Ark of the Covenant and then took it to, of course, Ethiopia. And there's some weird there where there's this who was the author that was looking for this, and he followed the trail through Elephantine Island, and it supposedly it ended up in Ethiopia. And I've actually visited the place where it is, where it's housed in Ethiopia. Although they won't let you in, obviously, because it's sacred and it's guarded by an Ethiopian priest, you know, with his life. He stays there all his life and so on and so forth. So that would give credence, I would say, to that particular story. You know, and then following up on that would be the so-called Falasha Jews, whose practice I think is really ancient Judaism as far as, I don't know, I think the current rabbis say, and it predates, shall we say, the Jerusalem type of worship, and therefore is original. And many of those Jews, as you know, have been transported to Israel and so on and so forth. And that's how they're treated in Israel, maybe another story for another time. But the fact is that they exist in Ethiopia. And I'm sure there's still some there. Not all of them have been airlifted to Israel, but that gives credence to that whole business of, shall we say, Hebrews or authentic African Hebrew people before there was what the Exodus, whatever that was, and if the Exodus itself, really happened. Because again, well, I just want to mention one thing that I seem to recall, that when Akhenaten came to the throne and he was the heretic pharaoh, he brought in, some people say he brought in monotheism, but he didn't really bring in monotheism. He brought in Atonism, which is the worship of the sun as an entity. So this was a reversion from a spiritual God to a God who was a thing. And from my perspective, and I think also from the original Kemetic perspective, he was a renegade in that sense. But he attempted to destroy the temples of Amun, and many of the priests went to Ethiopia, as I recall, historical. Was that a historical fact?
It's possible. It's possible.
Okay.
But let me throw in a couple. Yeah. I have come across some Israeli news articles, and there's an Israeli newspaper called Jewish World, and they have an article called Ethiopian Judaism, nearly identical to that practiced during Second Temple period. And I have another Israeli paper called BreakingIsraelNews.com. And it's the same headline, Ethiopian Judaism, nearly identical to Second Temple practice. And so the oldest form of Judaism practiced in the modern world is the Ethiopian Jewish practice. And similarly, you mentioned a scholar tracing the Ark of the Covenant. There was a TV documentary by a London scholar called Tudor Parfit. And he tries the theory of Ethiopia, but he also explores other theories that the Ark of the Covenant, if it ever existed, could have ended up in Southern Africa. And the result of his research is that some of the Black peoples of Southern Africa, such as the Lemba, have been found to have certain genetic traits, and these genetic traits are said to connect the Lemba to other Jews around the world. And there's this story going around that geneticists are using that you can trace certainly elite Jews to a particular set of genetic markers. And the Lemba have a higher proportion of that genetic marker than European Jews. And again, I think that's an interesting area of research. Again, no Black scholars are doing this research. This is what Tudor Parfit and his people are coming.
As a thank you for visiting our website, we are giving you a free copy of our exclusive 100 Black History Facts, which is in fact a taster of our course content. Make sure you leave your email address and we will send it right to you. We hope it inspires you to dig deeper into your history and heritage.
Yeah, I think I've also heard of that one. I think it's related to the Cohens or the Levites or something that was the priestly class in terms of the ancient Hebrew people. So there are definitely significant connections there. and we probably won't go further into it, but maybe not at this time, but we will stick a pin in it and get back to it later on as we go into African religions. But certainly we also know that the Yoruba, or at least some people, think that the Yoruba trace their origins to Kemet, and many of their rituals, shall we say, are considered to be similar to the Jewish rituals. So, you know, there's that connection, not just to Southern Africa, but to Western Africa, as well as obviously Northeast Africa. But that seems to be in the background in some sense, as everything became Europeanized. But, you know, another thing that's also very significant in terms of whether or not there's an impact to Abraham and so on, and there's a lot of evidence that suggests that it's not fact. But all of this greatness of King David and Solomon, in terms of their building and the temples that they had in Jerusalem, et cetera, in ancient Israel, there's been no archaeological evidence of any of that. Now, you know, supposedly Solomon was so rich, and he had I don't know, 1,000 concubines and, you know, some other wives and so on, other than Sheba. But there's no evidence. I mean, there's no artwork, there are no goblets, there are no artifacts to be found anywhere. There are no building sites anywhere. And
can I jump in
my
there,
conclusion, I just want to say my conclusion from that is that there's a borrowing of Egyptian history. That these folks who at some time were in Egypt learned everything from Egypt, just like Moses did. I mean, we're going to get back to Moses, I'm sure, and then took it as their own history because they were in Egypt for a certain period of time. You know, and to me that makes a lot of sense in terms of trying to put together, you know, this biblical stuff, which again, a lot of it is myth, but the cursing, the period that they lived in Egypt, the cursing of Egypt, but yet still the appropriation of all of this wonderful mythos that is clearly Egyptian. I'm sorry I ran off there at the mouth, but go ahead and say your speech.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, again, just to strengthen your point,
Mm-hmm.
I came across a 2002 article called "As Rabbis Face Facts, Bible Tales Are Wilting." So you've now got in America the United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism issuing a new commentary on the Tanakh, which they're calling Etz Hayim, the Tree of Life, where they are more or less saying, let me read it. Abraham, the Jewish patriarch, probably never existed, nor did Moses. The entire Exodus stories recounted in the Bible probably never occurred. The same is true of the tumbling of the walls of Jericho. So they're going, essentially knocking all of that stuff down. And that raises the question, if a lot of this stuff isn't historically substantiated, then what really is in the Tanakh? And is it possible that a lot of the material really was lifted from other sources? And were those other sources the ancient Egyptians, and for that matter, the Sumerians? And there is some evidence that there is. And we have to shout out the late Professor Yosef Ben Yochanan, who pointed out that Proverbs 22, the Tanakh, is really a rewrite of a book called The Instructions of Amen Emope. And it appears to be word for word, passage for passage for passage. And that's not the only example where stuff just got lifted wholesale. They didn't even change it up particularly much.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
And similarly, people have noticed that Psalms 104, attributed to King David, appears to be word for word the hymn to Aten, written by Pharaoh Akhenaten. If it wasn't written by him, it was written during the time of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Again, word for word. And so people then raise some questions. You know, how many more stories in the Tanakh really are stories that people just lifted and dumped into the Tanakh scrolls?
I think if you look at Genesis too, I mean, Genesis is really simply a takeoff, shall we say, on what was taught at Hermopolis, in terms of the primeval new, the waters, out of which everything came, you know, and then God saying, "Let there be light." I mean, light is obviously Ra or Atum Ra, you know, and out of this, you know, then came, you know, all creation. And so that there's a lot of evidence, as you're saying, or I should say there's lack of evidence. There's evidence that there's lack of evidence of the historical validity of most of what is written in terms of the Old Testament as historical fact, coming down, you know, from Abraham to all of this, the glory of the Israelites, etc. And it seems to me a lot of it has to do, and I guess we'll see that as we look at Christianity, with the change, shall we say, from the understanding of myth as a way of expressing reality that cannot be expressed in words, and going to an anthropomorphic misunderstanding of myth and treating it as historical reality, as opposed to a myth that's trying to tell you something else in terms of symbolism. And I think you see that wholesale, I think, in terms of what we're discussing here, because you can't find archaeological evidence, you know, for any of this stuff that's supposedly ancient Jewish history going all the way back to Abraham. If you can't find that, and up to the glorification of Israel in its golden age. They're just
Now, me and Thendo might not agree on a lot of things, but this question is a very important question. And I need to say this respectfully because I've grown when it comes to DNA. With population genetics, right? The J marker is prevalent in the Middle East, the so-called Middle East, in Arabia, in Israel, in surrounding areas. You're going to find J. Mesopotamia, you're going to find J. Now, we need to look at this carefully now. In Western Central Africa, for the last 10 to 20,000 years, you're going to find a lot of E markers. E1, B1A. You're going to find some A's. You're going to find some B's. It's just, that's what it is. That's population genetics. You're going to find a group of people that stayed in a certain area that carry a certain marker. In the northern part of Cameroon, you're going to find what's called the R1B, but it's the ancient Near East, it's a Middle Eastern African connection with that specific mutation. You're gonna find it. So there are R1Bs that can be Africans, but that specific marker you could tell just by the marker itself. There's R1B that's Europe, that's R1B like what King James have, and the British people, that's a different R1B, that's from Northwest Europe. Now, this question is important, and I have to clear this up. I want you guys to pay attention carefully to this, because this is important. This is not a joke now. With the Lemba, right? And remember, I had a scholar from the Lemba here, and you remember Tudor Parfit got upset when I brought this scholar on, when I brought him up during our conversation. He got upset. He was very perturbed because Tudor Parfit's baby is the Lemba tribe or Jews. That's his baby. Mark, I'm going to get to you right after this. No, V88 is the one that's from Africa Quantum Vibes. But I'll get to that in a second. I want everybody to pay attention. Don't worry about the Igbo right now. I'm going to deal with the Igbo and the names right after. I want everybody to pay attention. What they don't teach you about the Igbo, about the Lemba, is what Garfield is going to teach you right now. This is from the Journal of International Academic Research for Multidisciplinary, Ephraim Shikano, Madivenga, and Tudor Parfit. Two scholars at a crossroads. This is an article about the Lemba. The Lemba, same people. All right. Dr. Dube Edmore. Some Lemba people, look at this, Chuck Morgan. You won't hear them talk about the Lemba like this. Some Lemba people inhabit the area around Great Zimbabwe, where there's evidence of Muslim presence a few centuries ago. Some of these Lemba people claim Arab ancestry in addition to similar circumcision patterns and similar Ngoma names. Now, bear in mind, the Arabs do circumcision different than Muslims. So if you're going to say that they do circumcision and they're Jews, what tradition are they doing? They're actually doing the Arab tradition. Now look at this. Madivenga's argument leans closely to W.D. Hamad Tuk. Hamad Tuk notes like Muslims, pay attention, like Muslims, the Lemba circumcised their sons between what? 7 and 15 instead of at infancy. I'm going to say that again. Hamad Tuk notes like the Muslims, similar to the Muslims, the Lemba circumcised, the same Lemba that they're saying is Jews. Circumcised, some of them circumcised between 7 and 15 years old instead of at infancy. He maintains that the marriage, this is now important, and dietary laws are aligned to the Muslim practice. You never heard Tudor Parfit talk about this. Now look at this now. The name of the Lemba tribal groupings, or Lemba, the same people, are actually Arabic and generally used by Muslims. Sadiki, Hussein, Hamisi, Haji, Bakiri, Sarafu, and Saidi. For him, the Lemba descended from Muslims, at least in part. These Lemba, skilled in mining and metalwork, were believed to be foreigners in Zotspanberg. They are believed to be the source of the right among the Venda, Sotha, and the Thonga. Now watch this now. Now, where is Madivenga clearer in his advancement Muslim Lemba thesis than in the abstract to his PhD thesis? Chapter 2 identifies and describes vestiges of Muslim influence among the Varemba people in the southern interior, among whom traces of Islamic culture have survived. It concludes that the Semitic cultural traits among the Varemba are indeed Islamic and not Jewish, as some writers have suggested, and that these influences had a southeastern African origin. It is also tentatively suggested that the Varemba may be distant descendants of the Muslims who got cut off from the coast by the Portuguese. Tudor Parfit has gone to great lengths. Hold on a second. I need to show you guys something too. That's very important in this dialogue. Very important. Because I want people to see I'm not, there's no games to be played here as far as information. We need to be truthful and we need to be honest. All right. Let me get back to this. Hold on 1 second here. 1 second, family. Let me get back to this. Tudor Parfit, am I being shown on the screen? All right, watch this. Queen Cheetah, peace and love to you, Queen. How you doing? Martin Northman, just all your comments about the Igbos right now. Just relax for a second. That's all I'm going to ask you to do. Just relax. We talking about the Lemba. Look at this guy right here, Thendo. I didn't even know that. Yo, you got to send me an email. We got to connect on a different level now. Within our Venetra, we have the so-called Black Jews, Lemba, who mostly have the surname Sadiki and Hajj. So he's confirming what the scholar said. Look at this right here. Tudor Parfit has gone to great lengths to prove that the Lemba are of Jewish origin. This goes to the question that you asked now. While Ephraim Chikikano Madivenga has stood his ground that the said Jewish origin is fallacious. The loophole in the genetic proof, Parfit's seemingly greatest trump card, is that both Jews and Arabs, being cousins, share the same genetic configuration to the same levels found among the Remba. The said Kohani model haplotype that you just heard the two scholars talking about, Garvey and the other guy, Robin Walker, is shared by a number of tribes across that Middle East. Locally, Mandivenga is supported by Pathisa Naithi, who says, when a circumcised Moremba slaughters a beast, he faces east during the process. The man who slaughters the beast utters the following words: Bismillah Takabari, which means I slaughter in the name of God. God is the greatest. This procedure is clearly Islamic, driven by the zeal to unearth this tradition among the Remba of Maposi. The current researcher found himself at the crossroads with local practice of the Lemba spiritual home. The tradition was strange even to the oldest surviving Remba. Ladies and gentlemen, the genetic proof is really not proof. It's really not proof. Now, let me show y'all one more thing right here regarding this. Let me put that to the side. I want y'all to look at this map right here. This is from Facebook, but look at this map right here. If you look at the J marker, it's all over Israel, right? But look at Arabia, Yemen, look at parts of Ethiopia, right there, that green, Somalia and Ethiopia. They have the J2. See? So the J marker, as far as population genetics, the majority of the people in these regions have E1B1B in the North Africa region. In the sub-Saharan, so-called sub-Saharan regions, you're going to find E1B1A the most in South Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and parts of East Africa. So down here where the Lemba is, they have E1B1A2. So just to let people see that from a realistic perspective, the scholars in South Africa are arguing that it's when the Arabs was trading on the Indian Ocean trade that they were delivering slaves all the way down here is where the Portuguese cut off the Arabs and some of them mixed with the African woman. That's how you got the J marker. It has nothing to do with Jews. They do have a theory that they come from a place called Senia, which is actually true. It's in Arabia. So they are showing a connection, but because they have the J marker, automatically they're Jews. Just because you have the J marker, family, don't mean that you're a Jew. We need to get away from that. I'm going in, family. I'm going in. No, he has E1B1B, which is considered also what Jews normally have. They normally have the J1, the J2, and the E1B1B. All right. Shout out to Sister Monica in the building. Boss lady in the building. Monica, how come you don't have what do you call it? Have a mod badge? Is this a new page? That's my boss right there. That's my boss. All right. So now let me deal with this thing right here with the Igbo, and we don't need to talk about it again. We don't need to talk about it again. I'm talk about it every week. Here it is, the eerie conversation. First, we could look in this article. Let me put it in the chat. The brother that wrote this article is actually an Igbo practitioner, and he's actually a friend of mine. Let's look at it right here. And this is from Martin Northam. And when we hold to stuff, we don't like to agree that we're wrong. We don't like to agree that we're wrong and admit that we're wrong. But check that article out right there. All right? Let's take a look at what it says. Traditions of origins. So it lists all the origins right here, the oral traditions in the article, right? It goes down to the Erie article. One of the most convincing, let me make this bigger for everybody right here so everybody can read it. One of the most convincing pieces of evidence that the Igbo Jews have to offer for their Israelite origin is that they're descended from a man named Erie, who happens to share the same name as one of the sons of the biblical God. They give all types of details from this man named Erie. According to the history, Erie is the forefather, the ancestor that we had. He came with his brothers down to the east and established his first home. That's from an Igbo-Jewish man. All right. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Does the biblical Erie have any relationship whatsoever to the one spoken of here? Let's see. They are separated by thousands of years. The biblical Erie would have lived nearly 3,000 years ago, while the Nigerian one lived a few hundred years ago, which is even admitted by one of the Igbo-Jews. They are separated by thousands of miles. The distance between modern-day Nigeria and modern-day Israel is over 4,000 kilometers or 2,500 miles. Let me see right here. The pronunciation of their names are completely different. The pronunciation of the Nigerian Erie is Erie, and the pronunciation of the Hebrew Erie is Eri. Oh, I remember, by the way, to ladies and gentlemen, this is words being translated into English. One is from a Niger-Congo language, and one is from an Afro-Asiatic language. Two different language families. All right? Coincidence that they're spelled the same way, that's coincidence in English. That's all it is. Has nothing, because remember, there's no vowels in Hebrew. There's no vowels in Hebrew, in the original Hebrew. Remember that. All right? This is the source for it that you can click on the Bible. And that's the source for it right here. The stories about them are completely different. The Umanji tradition is that they came from the ruling stock of the Igala and are thus connected with the Ata of Ida. This is the source. And you can click on the source. The Divine Umri. Jeffries is from the 1930s. He's a Igbo scholar. Now look at what it says right here. The Aguilera people originated from Igara and migrated to their present abode from about 3 or 4 centuries ago. That's the oral tradition. The leader, Erie, a warrior, took his people on a war expedition and after a long travel and many fights, established his camp at Erie Aka near Odan Duli Stream, a place which lies between Ifite and Egede Aguileri. Erie, with his soldiers, went out regularly from his settlement to Urada, Nadi, and other surrounding towns on war raids and captured many of the inhabitants. They were the Igbo-speaking people, and by mixing with them and intermarriage, the immigrants adopted the language. The source, the history of the Aguileri. Another Igbo scholar. According to the tradition of Henry, themselves the man of Igala stock from Ida called Erie, the son of Achado. What is he the son of in the Bible? That ends the conversation right here. That's another tradition of him, but they're saying who his son is. Achado, that's not a biblical character. We got to leave it alone, family. This is the source. The source is the Aqua people. These people are Igbos. It's pretty safe to say that these two people have no relationship whatsoever. Lincoln is another fraudulent attempt to fabricate an Israelite lineage. Stop it, man. And I'm going to show you another thing also with this God stuff talking about it. The place never said God. You're repeating a lie. Stop it, Martin Luther. Stop repeating a lie. It's a lie. Let's take a look at this thing about God. Craziness. Artifacts. The lack of physical evidence that the Igbo Jews have cast more doubt on their story. However, the little physical evidence that they do present is not only misleading, it's actually fraudulent. This is what they're claiming, that you're repeating, Martin Otham. You're repeating lies that actually Ashkenazi Jews are helping to push. So you're supporting what Ashkenazi Jews are pushing indirectly and don't even know it. This is what they're saying. And even when they came down here, they constructed a monument at Aguilera called Obu God, Igbo-Jewish man. If he had done his homework, he would have found out the name of the place was actually Obu Uga, not Obu God, or Obuga for short, and has only been called Abu God in recent years, when the people of Aguilera realized that they could use this reemerging scam to promote their town, even going so far as to create this hoax. Come on, bro. This is what they're talking about. This is the alleged Hebrew text by Erie, right here. Come on, man. This source, the source is in the chat. Part 1, part 2, and part 3. Check it out, family. That will help you in understanding the Igbo. Stop lying on their culture. Stop it. Show me a scholar. Pascal Okoli, if it's wrong, show me a scholar. Put the scholar in the chat that agrees with you. I don't believe you. You're just a believer. You want to be a Jew. This is what's so dumb about it. Jacob is considered not a real person. You want to descend from unreal people, but disrespect the real people within your own culture. You're a disgrace to your own culture. That's what you are. You're disgraceful. And let me read something for the Igbo people out there. When did the Igbo start claiming origins from Israel? Let me ask Pascal Okoli this. The pre-colonial traditions, early oral traditions among the Igbo speak of Erie, Henry migrations from Igala or links to Benin. There's no evidence before the 19th century that Igbo identified themselves with biblical Israelites. I'm going to say that again. There is no evidence before the 19th century that the Igbo identified themselves with biblical Israelites. European and Arab sources, Portuguese, Dutch, Arabic geographers describing Igbo land in the 15th to the 18th centuries make no mention of Jewish identity among them. None. There's absolutely no source before 1841 that we have found. The missionaries is the ones that came in, and then they used the Biafra War and all that stuff. But let's get into it. Let's get into some of the historical accounts. Because I want to say the earliest Arabic corpus mentioning Jews in West Africa, whether it's the Tariq al-Fatash, Tariq al-Sudan, reference to Sahel and the Sahara context like Tuat, not Igbo land. Nobody's talking about the Igbo lands. Let's look at some primary sources. Look at the primary. I'll say that the Igbos are not Jews, but the ancient Israelites are children of the ancient Igbo. You're saying the same nonsense. That's nonsense too. That is nonsense. People want to be descendants of Santa Claus. You're right. Now let's look at this right now carefully now, right? Let's look at this right now. Alfred Dapper. This is a Dutch geographer in the 1600s. In his description of Africa, Dapper described Igbo lands and customs. He noted their markets, palm oil trade, yam cultivation, and religious shrines. On religion, they worship certain deities and offer sacrifices to idols made of wood and clay. No references to Jews, Israelites, or biblical history. Jean Barbeau, who a lot of Israelites like to use, again in the 1600s, in his description of the coast of North and South Guinea, he wrote that the Igbo practiced circumcision and various rituals. But look at what he wrote. He said the Igbos have many superstitions and worship idols of their own making. They circumcise their children, but not for the reasons of the laws of Moses. It rather was a heathen rite. This is important because Europeans saw circumcision, but explicitly said it was not Jewish. Portuguese missionaries, early Portuguese missionaries at the Niger Delta described Igbo as heathens practicing sacrifices to river gods. They do not link Igbo to Israelites. If Igbo had claimed Jewish descent, Catholic priests obsessed with biblical ethnology would have seized on it, but they didn't. This is when the first that we have documented now. This is a church missionary society, Reverend J.F. Sean in 1841 worked with free Igbo slaves in Sierra Leone. In his Journal of the Niger Expedition, he described Igbo tradition. The Igbo nation circumcised their children on the 8th day. They observed certain purifications and abstained from some animals as unclean. Here is where the Israelite connection begins. Sean and other missionaries drew parallels to the Old Testament, but this was missionary interpretation, not an indigenous Igbo claim. It's a shame that black folks are so enslaved in their mindset that you had to get the white folks, the colonialists, to come over there and tell you what your religion is. Shame on those Igbos who are saying that they're Israelites today originally. It's disgusting. Elizabeth Itsachai, A History of the Igbo People in 1976. The notion of Hebrew origins does not appear in pre-colonial Igbo traditions. It arose in the 19th century under missionary influence and was later reinforced by nationalist and diasporic currents. Chima Correa, the 19th century Igbo, 2002. Earlier European and African observers made no mention of Jewish identity among the Igbo. The idea only appears with the spread of Christianity and the Bible in the late 19th century. Tudor Parfit, Black Jews in Africa and the Americas. The Igbo connection to Israel is a modern construct emerging from colonial contact and Christian missionary activity, not from indigenous oral traditions. The conclusion here, before the 1800s, Igbo oral tradition is Iri, Niri, Igala, Benin. Foreign reports equal no. Israel claims. Early 1800s, missionaries noticed circumcision, dietary rules. They suggest the Igbos are Israelites. Post 1900s, Igbo elites adopt and expand this claim. From 1960s onward, the Biafra and the diaspora movement strongly reinforced the Igbos are Israelites. This is something new. And I'm telling you right, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell y'all right now, family. I'm going to tell y'all 100%. The Igbos are not Israelites. Period. Let me get back to this video with the great Robin Walker, and let's expand on what he's talking about. What is the true story of Jews and Hebrews?
There's no evidence for that. And then so many of the other stories are preposterous, like you mentioned, the exodus of what, 2 million people or something like that. But there's no record of it anywhere historically. And we get to the same thing. Where's the historical record of Jesus? I mean, you know, a man who was supposed to have, or well, man or divinity who was supposed to have come among us and performed miracles all over the place, and yet still there's no historical record. Nobody at the time, you know, when you know BC and AC happened, nobody has a historical record of them. So I think we have the same thing happening. That it's myth, and then you have a group of people. I don't know why, and maybe you can enlighten us there. Why certain people misunderstood the ancient teachings? Was it just that they were ignorant and they came upon it, and then took it for truth as because they did not have the instruction, which would have given them the understanding of what the myth really represented? They didn't have wise men. They killed the wise men. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me jump in.
Okay.
One of the mistakes I think that we Black people make is we underestimate the cleverness of Judaism. And let me explain what I mean by that. Judaism, okay, the historical facts are there. But the political program that the historical facts have is there. You see, Judaism as a religion is a self-help, nationalistic religion enabling people to survive, presumably in the Middle East, against their enemies by providing a code that if you follow the code, you are able to successfully fight and battle your enemies. And that's really what it's about. It's not, you see, a lot of us will look at it and we'll say, compared to what the ancient Egyptians taught, it's a naive misunderstanding. And on a spiritual level, it may well be. But from a political level, you have essentially one of the most powerful self-help group identity building programs that have ever been put together. Because ultimately, if you follow the ideas within it, you can't eat from somebody else's table because that's not allowed. Consequently, you can never be poisoned by somebody else. You have a code of hygiene, which is strict, it's harsh, but if you follow it, you live longer than if you didn't follow it. Do you see? You have a, you know, every time it says, and God said, yeah, that's considered to be a mitzvah, a commandment. If you follow those commandments, you have license to fight your enemies. You have license to fight your enemies to the death. And that fighting your enemies to the death means that you can survive in a hostile environment. And ultimately, this is why Judaism is still around today as a religion, despite the fact they copied a whole bunch of stuff from other people's religions. Do you see? So from the perspective of what's true and what's false, we can certainly find that there's a lot of holes in the history of how they present their thing. but the political program of being able to stand up to what they would consider to be their enemies and ultimately survive, ultimately thrive, and ultimately grow, that's Judaism 101.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody want to join the panel and talk about that. I think the link, if the link at the top, let me know. All right, so of course, y'all know I'm a big fan of Assata Shakur, and I never lived in the country when she actually escaped and all that type of stuff that was going on. So I'm gonna play. Hold on, I'm gonna play this file on her that somebody I saw on Facebook. I don't know her story, but I gotta give her props for escaping, because when you escape from jail and able to run away, I don't know if she was guilty or innocent, but she won. They never caught her. And shout out to what's his name for holding her down, Fidel Castro.
Her own words. In 1998, Democracy Now! Aired her reading an open letter to Pope John Paul II during his trip to Cuba. She wrote the message after New Jersey state troopers sent the Pope a letter asking him to call for her extradition.
My name is Assata Shakur, and I was born and raised in the United States. I am a descendant of Africans who were kidnapped and brought to the Americas as slaves. I spent my early childhood in the racist segregated South. I later moved to the northern part of the country, where I realized that Black people were equally victimized by racism and oppression. I grew up and became a political activist, participating in student struggles, the anti-war movement, and most of all, in the movement for the liberation of African Americans in the United States. I later joined the Black Panther Party, an organization that was targeted by the COINTELPRO program, a program that was set up by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to eliminate all political opposition to the U.S. government's policies, to destroy the Black liberation movement in the United States, to discredit activists, and to eliminate potential leaders. Under the COINTELPRO program, many political activists were harassed, imprisoned, murdered, or otherwise neutralized. As a result of being targeted by COINTELPRO, I, like many other young people, was faced with the threat of prison, underground, exile, or death. The FBI, with the help of local police agencies, systematically fed false accusations and fake news articles to the press, accusing me and other activists of crimes we did not commit. Although in my case, the charges were eventually dropped or I was eventually acquitted, the national and local police agencies created a situation where, based on their false accusations against me, any police officer could shoot me on sight. It was not until the Freedom of Information Act was passed in the mid-70s that we began to see the scope of the United States government's persecution of political activists. At this point, I think that it is important to make one thing very clear. I have advocated, and I still advocate, revolutionary changes in the structure and in the principles that govern the United States. I advocate self-determination for my people and for all oppressed people inside the United States. I advocate an end to capitalist exploitation, the abolition of racist policies, the eradication of sexism, and the elimination of political repression. If that is a crime, then I am totally guilty. To make a long story short, I was captured in New Jersey in 1973 after being shot with both arms held in the air and then shot again from the back. I was left on the ground to die, and when I did not, I was taken to a local hospital where I was threatened, beaten, and tortured. In 1977, I was convicted in a trial that can only be described as a legal lynching. In 1979, I was able to escape with the aid of some of my fellow comrades. I saw this as a necessary step, not only because I was innocent of the charges against me, but because I knew that the racist legal system in the United States, I would receive no justice. I was also afraid that I would be murdered in prison. I later arrived in Cuba, where I am currently living in exile as a political refugee. The New Jersey State Police and other law enforcement officials say they want to see me brought to justice. But I would like to know what they mean by justice. Is torture justice? I was kept in solitary confinement for more than 2 years, mostly in men's prisons. Is that justice? My lawyers were threatened with imprisonment and imprisoned. Is that justice? I was tried by an all-white jury without even the pretext of impartiality and then sentenced to life in prison plus 33 years. Is that justice? Let me emphasize that justice for me is not the issue I am addressing here. It is justice for my people that is at stake. When my people receive justice, I am sure that I will receive it too.
That is an excerpt of a letter Assata Shakur read, an open letter to Pope John Paul II during his trip to Cuba in 1998. Turn to Assata Shakur in her own words. In 1998, Democracy Now! Aired her reading an open letter to Pope John Paul II during his trip to Cuba. She wrote the message after New Jersey state troopers sent the Pope a letter asking him to call for her extradition.
My name is Assata.
Shout out to Assata Shakur, man. Shout out to her. All right, hold on a second. Let me see this right here. Why I can't find this. I hate what happened with Facebook is that they don't put certain things on Messenger. Come on, Facebook. What y'all doing? Y'all doing right now? There was something about her that I wanted to play, man, but I don't know where it is. All right, I'm gonna leave that for now. I'm gonna leave that for now and move on the show to something else. Oh, this guy here on the screen, he says that I have evidence of people coming off enslavement ships in Barbados with Hebrew names. Okay. Let's look at it this way. Let's look at this guy right here. Where you are, sir. He ran for the hills when I put it on the screen. See, we make claims all the time because of our beliefs by any means necessary. Where are you? Why are you running now? Why are you not commenting in the chat? Let me look at the other chat, see if you're in there. Come on, bro. And by the way, too, we can't call people who believe in the Bible stupid, because you'd be calling your mother, your grandmother, and her mother stupid. We got to stop. We got to relax. My mother was not stupid. She was a history teacher. She taught me everything I know. She definitely wasn't dumb, but that's her belief. You see, you guys can't get beyond that. Y'all you see, 10 years ago, that was me. I was like, F them Jews, F them Israelites. They dumb as hell. But when you look at it and think about it for a second, my dad was a Christian. My mother was a Christian. Truth story, and you used to always say to me in the back chat, would you call your grandmother stupid? You wouldn't. So they were misled and misinformed, as James Carver said. That's it. We can't call. So how do you expect people to listen to you if we're calling them stupid? Nobody ain't gonna listen to it. Nobody ain't gonna listen to that. They were ignorant. Ignorant meaning they were lack of the knowledge that we have today. That's all. So we ain't gotta call them stupid. Nothing. You got a lie to kick it, bro. Mark Northman. Mark Northman, why don't you come on the panel for a second? But anyway, before we talk about anything else, the brother made a statement, which is a huge statement. I have evidence of people. He says, what? By any means necessary. How come you haven't posted since I put it on the screen? See, you see, these people, it's a joke. You see, this is what it is. This is why I don't, whenever a Hebrew Israelite talk, I don't listen to them. I have to study it and see it for myself. Don't believe me either. That's why I put the source in the chat about the Igbo, so y'all can read the sources yourselves. Anyway, since he's gone, or he's hiding in the bushes, let's move on. Let's move on. All right. So in the topic, I talk about Assata Shakur. Let's get to the Trump Epstein files for a quick second here. Let me get to that in a quick second. Go to my watch later list. All right.
Trying to block at each step of the way. The House Oversight Democrats just reported on their findings that they got based on these subpoenas that they've been issuing. This is what the post was from the House Oversight Democrats.
Not how they expected.
Focused on bringing to light the Epstein files, despite the MAGA Republicans trying to block it each step of the way. The House Oversight Democrats just reported on their findings that they got based on these subpoenas that they've been issuing. This is what the post was from the House Oversight Democrats. New documents from Epstein's estate detailing his daily schedule. They show meetings with Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, and a potential visit to Epstein's Island for Elon Musk. Prince Andrew is listed as a passenger on Epstein's jet. DOJ must release the Epstein files now. Now, this batch of documents does not come from the Department of Justice. You'll recall the Department of Justice just turned over 33,000, not just, they turned over only 33,000 documents that were the old files that were produced a long time ago with nothing new at all. There remains about 3 to 4 terabytes that actually constitutes the Epstein files, with the witness interviews, the surveillance footage, the FBI investigative reports, all of that stuff, which they are hiding, which we know Donald Trump's name is all over based upon what Attorney General Pam Bondi had told Donald Trump back in May. But this is a massive cover-up, of course, going on by Donald Trump's White House. Trump's White House said that it is a hostile political act for anybody in the Republican Party to help the Democrats bring to light the Epstein files. He said it would be a hostile act for any Republican to sign the so-called discharge petition, which has been circulated by Democratic Congress member Ro Khanna and Republican Congress member Thomas Massie, which is about to have its 218th signature, which is the requisite amount needed to force a vote on the House floor to release the Epstein files. Adelita Gravalha, she is the new Congresswoman-elect from Arizona's 7th Congressional District, just won by more than 40 points in a special election that just took place again in Arizona. She said she's going to Capitol Hill to try to avoid a government shutdown on Monday, which the Republicans and Donald Trump want. But she said she will sign that discharge petition right away for the release of the Epstein files. Now, notably, MAGA Mike Johnson has canceled the work days of Congress for next Monday and Tuesday, September 29th and September 30th. MAGA Mike has canceled the days of work, saying Republicans do not show up. I believe one of the main reasons that Donald Trump and MAGA wants to force this shutdown is because Adelita Gravalha, once she becomes official,
Not how they expected. Oh my goodness. So I just wanted to do this video to do a recap of the Piers Morgan debate, because I know.
Hold on 1 second, family. Let me get this off the air right here. Hold on there. Let me get this off the air. So it looks like the Epstein files is more drama again in drama in the hood. Drama in the hood. All right, let me get this video here that I wanted to play. The one with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is crazy, yo. Joe Rogan is. Listen to this right here with Joe Rogan.
So you have this thing and you could tell it how to behave. And I want you to pretend that you are an unhinged leftist that wants to kill all white men and then get in there and argue. And then the right-wing people are like, oh my God, these fucking leftists want us dead.
Right.
And strap up. And then you have like this Charlie Kirk incident. And then everybody starts to really believe it now. Like, yeah, they want us dead. And then you see the response. You go, oh my God, people are going along with, like, people are losing their morals and their ethics, and they're cheering that someone got murdered on television because they're all ramped up with this social media bullshit. And a lot of it is being amplified by people that aren't even real people. And a lot of it is just getting everybody in this fucking fever pitch of culture war.
Right.
And that's why you're seeing these young kids cheering. Did you see that TMZ clip?
Well, I've seen a bunch of these different clips of people like going off.
Did you see the TMZ thing where they find out that the moment
you hear people cheering in the room?
People cheering.
I did see that. Yeah.
The moment they find out Charlie Kirk is dead,
they're clapping,
cheering.
He's dead, and they're clapping.
But this is not just one person. There was a guy who was at the scene. At the scene, they have. Look, I just want to say, I'm not pro doxing people. I'm not pro any of this, but this is just what's going to happen. You know, you cheer when a guy gets shot, and you can see the guy who got shot. You're in the general vicinity of this guy, so a bullet whizzed over your head, shot that guy in the neck, and now you're cheering. Good luck finding a job.
Yeah. Right.
And this is the reality that we're living in. Right. So, but why is a person reacting like that? People wouldn't have reacted like that 20 years ago, man. It's not a normal thing for a 20-year-old kid to do who's in the audience of some college thing where, you know, change my mind or whatever he says, whatever his slogan is. But that was what Steven Crowder would say, right? Change my mind.
Yeah, I don't know what his was. I think
something similar. But the point is, it's like this is the weird shit that happens on social media where people behave in this insane and vicious way that you would never experience like this commonly in real life. And it's more ubiquitous online than anywhere else in most polite social circles. But all the same people that are in these polite social circles with you they're feeling vindicated and saying the most evil shit.
All right, so let's move on to something else. I want to play Sean's presentation. I'm going to play it in full. Or if I'm actually up today I'm not even I'm actually listening to stuff. So Robin Walker again. Robin Walker is really, I got a half and half love with him. Some of the stuff he repeats is old stuff that's been refuted. But of course, we want to pay reverence to Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, J. Rogers. So everything they say, they're like the elite elders. So we can't disagree with our elders. It's the same thing with the Hebrew Israelites, the same thing with Christianity, same thing with Islam, Nation of Islam, same thing with all these groups, Moorish Science Temple, same thing with the Nuwapians. Every time the elder says something, you feel like you can't go against the elder. So it puts you in a position where the elders taught this, so I have to believe and teach this. Then you change your whole life to fit that teachings when you know within yourself that you can debunk these teachings. That was one of my hiccups with the NOI teachings. I can't defend it. I can't defend this. I can't defend this. I just can't. So we just got to move on. But before I do, there's a teachings within the Hebrew Israelites. This right here, this guy said this the other day and acted like he had a dagger on Clubhouse. This was funny. And this is what they like to quote. Deuteronomy 28:46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder upon thy seed forever. So when they see forever, they say, oh my God, oh my God. David's line shall rule forever. Damascus shall be destroyed forever. Of course, forever is an adjective, or it also be a preposition as far as or even to up to until while. But take a look at this right here. One of these Jesus verses websites. Look at this right here, family. Look at me. Tell me I'm wrong. Look at this right here. It says in Jeremiah 25:12, and it shall come to pass when 70 years are accomplished that I will punish the king of Babylon, and that nation says, Lord, for their iniquity and the land of the Chaldeans, I will make it desolate forever. Look at what Jeremiah 25:9 says. I'm going to send for all the families of the north. This is the Lord's declaration, and send for my servant Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and I will bring them against this land, against its residents, and against all these surrounding nations. I will completely destroy them and make them a desolation, a derision, and ruins forever. Ladies and gentlemen, your house, 2 Samuel 7:16, your house and your kingdom shall endure before me forever. Your throne shall be established forever. We got to be very careful. So shall their blood return on the head of Joab and on the head of his descendants forever. But to David and his descendants and his house and his throne, may there be peace from the Lord forever. Oh man, my house and in my kingdom forever. So let's look at the first one for a second. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, it's literally saying that Nebuchadnezzar, where Nebuchadnezzar ruled, Babylon, will be desolate forever. Is Babylon desolate today? So why should we take Deuteronomy 28:46 literally? These guys are they're baby food, man. Baby food. This is baby food, man. Baby food. What does forever mean? Sean said that's where Al-Dawari was living in Syria. All right, forever cannot even be fathomed. All right, we good to go. Sabio, what you wanted to say, Sabio? Okay, you itching to say something. What do you want to say? Come on. Before I get into Sean's video. All right. So addressing the claims of Christianity, here's my boy. This is my big bro right here, man. When it comes to reading the sources and methodology, top dog in the building. Let's take a look at what he's saying. And I'm going to stop where I need to stop and address where I address, and let's get it in.
I'm going to do a lot of talking. And it's not like I'm being quiet. So I will, is what it is. So this is the outline of how things will be argued today. Of course, you already know that I'm going to have an introduction. I will be providing my hypothesis. We're going to deal with the claim and the attestations for those claims, because it's the same claim, but it's coming in different directions. So I wanted to make sure that I address those appropriately. Then we'll look at the accounts, right? And then we'll get into Balad al-Taqwa, which is under scrutiny based on the presence of Christianity supposedly being in this area during the reign of Mansa Musa and the spread of the Malian Empire over there in the Senegal region of Taqwa. Now you'll get the argument and then the conclusion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are interested in learning more, in the description of this video, I did leave not only Bantu's claims, but I also left information providing on where you can cross-reference. Because we don't throw rocks and hide our hands here. So my methodology is simple. You know, we're going to deal with it how we need to deal with it. We will review the claim, the source of the claim, and provide additional information surrounding the claim by reviewing the available primary, secondary, and tertiary source information regarding the subject matter. Since the claimant has provided no evidence in any video, lecture, article, or book, we will only have the information they use to come to their conclusion. So I just put a few research questions together. These research questions was not only focused to answer something overall, but more important, we'll look at the accounts, right? Malian Empire over you can regarding the subject matter. Since the claimant has provided no evidence in any video, lecture, article, or book, we will only have the information they use to come to their conclusion. So I just put a few research questions together. These research questions was not only focused to answer something overall, but more importantly, for the basis of, this is what I meant earlier when I said if an article is published or if a book is published on the subject matter, these research questions will help me be able to elaborate more. Being that this is a presentation and I'm providing information, I did not extend the information for the sake of a potential response via writing or book, however the play want to play, right? So here's a few research questions. Where was there, and I don't know why I spelled it that way, but was there Christianity in pre-colonial West Africa? Did Ibn al-Dawadari actually speak to Mansa Musa? And so what if you see grammatical errors? I didn't go back over this stuff. How did al-Dawadari confirm what Christians were in West Africa? Who is al-Dawadari? What is Takur, and who are the people in the region? This is significant, and they're out of order, but they're just questions, just to give you a format on how I'll be addressing things. So here's my introduction. And shout out to everybody that is actually still here and paying attention. Those of you who are coming in and out, I appreciate that too. Feel free to speak freely in the chat, and we'll deal with that at a specific time. A few years ago, Dr. Vince Bantu emerged on the scene arguing for and defending Christianity. Rightfully so. He is a believer in the word in the Bible. However, he is also of the belief that Christianity is not a white religion. To support his argument, he has drawn on specific narratives to form his conclusions, including one originating from an Arab ethnicity. I don't know why I did that. The actual claim, which we will review, has led many of the Christian faith to believe that white, Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and British missionaries did not give our African ancestors Christianity. We already had it. On the outside, many of us know the history behind how West Africans in particular converted to Christianity. Still, some would argue that this is not the only way, according to the argument presented by Vince Bantu. So we will not only review the claim, but also the root of the issue and see if the evidence holds true. Remember, we ain't seen no evidence. Yeah, you know, I just had to bring this in here just to remind people that what these missionaries were doing. And yeah, they were drawing photos of themselves in their teachings and handlings of little boys, huh? Looks amazing, huh? Sick motherfuckers. So my hypothesis, Your hypothesis may be a little bit different, but this is my, my hypothesis. Okay.
He said black Christians.
Christians online, like Hebrew Israelites, have made attempts to argue for their faith-based religion by any means. They utilize works by individuals such as Vince Bantu and establish their beliefs in Christianity in Africa, particularly in West Africa. This attempt is to argue for a Christian presence pre-colonialism and to inspire Christians to think that this belief system is one created by Africans. Most of this claim rests on the shoulders of Bantu, who rely on Arab sources, one in particular, whose works may not be sound. I say sound because scholars have not settled on the interpretation of a translated word that places an unknown culture in the kingdom of Takur. I am of the belief that Vince relying on his source could be rewriting history for the sake of their belief system. His belief system.
And from the early 1300s, there is a historian from the early 1300s from Egypt. His name is Ibn al-Dawadari, and he talked to Mansa Musa in the 1300s, who was the king of Mali, which is not the modern nation of Mali, but it was basically all of West Africa. And he actually traveled. He was a Muslim. He traveled over to Mecca to make his pilgrimage, and he stopped in Egypt. And he talked to this historian, Ibn al-Dawadari, who wrote down in his history that Mansa Musa said that there was an entire Christian section of his kingdom. Now, this is 1300, so this is over a century and a half before the kingdom of the Congo became Christian and before any Europeans ever came to the West African coast. That Mansa Musa said there were Christians in his kingdom, and not only that, but he was the richest person in the world because he controlled the gold trade. And not only that, but the Christian region of Mali, which would have been, Ghana, Senegal, parts of Nigeria, that the Christian section is actually the one that controlled the most of the gold trade. And in fact, he even said that when the Muslims tried to overtake that section to control the gold trade, the gold stopped growing. It stopped producing. And so they left them alone and allowed the Christians to control the gold-rich areas of the Mali kingdom, which is West Africa. So,
all right, before I play Sean, and by the way, too, I have not watched Sean's video.
And I got a question, if you let me.
Go ahead, ask your question before. What I'm gonna say is, whenever, and I'm gonna ask everybody to do this, and it's only a few people that would do this. I am one. Raw Bond is one. Truth Story is one. Of course, Sean is one. Unk is one. And you have a few others that you could count on your fingers. Whenever you read a source that's ancient, don't jump out the window like whatever the source says is true because of your own internal bias. Don't do it, especially, and I'm going to say especially with Arabic sources. Especially with Arabic sources. And then you have to read the commentary of what the experts say in it, because we are not engulfed in the culture. The people who are translating and read Arabic, some of them go to these areas and learn Arabic and learn the African cultures and hear from elders and write a conclusion. Because the people who are translating this stuff, they're saying there's no Christian community there. They're saying there's no Hebrew community there. Because the same argument that the Christians are making is the same argument the Jews are making. My brother Orthodox more wondering why I respond to him, because if I respond, it's going to be an embarrassment. I don't think people have read the sources. And there's a source I know Sean hasn't read it yet. It's the I got to give you this book. It's the one about the West African sources from 11th century to the 16th century by Moray Farias. I got to give you that book, bro. I got the PDF. You got to get that book. That book, you can't find, it's only in one library and it's in New York. One library has it. But this guy got the PDF for it. I don't know how he got it, because it's only one book. It's not even produced anymore. But I'm telling everybody, whenever you read or hear something, this is what I'm thinking before I get to Mika. What is the material evidence to back up that this person is saying? Because how do we know it's being truthful? Because he said, I spoke to Mansa Musa. So now he's getting validation. Yeah, I spoke to the king. How do you know he spoke to the king? How? What is the material evidence of Christians? Because if the Christians control those areas that he's assuming, of the Mali kingdom, the most important part with the gold stuff. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. With Islam around, Islam had a set of certain rules that you have that you could do as Jews and rules that you could do as non-believers in the areas that they control. Let me tell you something. Just on that alone, I know Christians ain't controlling nothing and they ain't got no kingdom. Just on the history and the record throughout from 700 AD, come all the way down to the 1400 before the people who Savior like to talk about took over. The Muslims have their own rules and regs that they live by. There's no way there's some Christian kingdom sitting right there. No way. But anyway, this is the point. You read the source. He could read Arabic, and I commend my doctor. I love Dr. Vince Van too. I'm a big fan. Love him. But
can I
a major claim. Go ahead and ask your question.
See, I know. See, you already touched on my point. That's why you keep talking. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I know you know Vincent Bantu, and I was in Sean chat, and they were saying that how you agree with him, but you just answered a lot of my questions. So I mean, you could just tell them that some of the stuff you don't agree with, or whatever the case may be.
No. In the interview, I said it to him.
Oh, okay.
I said that to him in the interview. I said it to him before the interview or after the interview or during the interview that claim he has to come back and address that claim about Christianity in the Arabic sources, because the Arabic sources for the last 2 years I finally took Truth Stewart and Rawbon's advice. I said, you got to read this your damn self. I'm not telling you shit. So when I read it, I'm getting to see exactly what it is, and I don't like what I'm seeing because it means a lot of people have been wrong for years who have been teaching about the Arabic sources. A lot of people are wrong. But anyway, let me go back to the video. This is gonna be a long ass video.
Okay, that was in 2021. You see the date up here? I'm showing you the date. Top left-hand corner. 2021, this video, he said all of those things. Now, he was talking extremely fast. So for those of you who probably didn't hear what he said, here's his claims. Mali is all of West Africa. Dawadari spoke with Mansa Musa. There was a Christian section of his kingdom. Mansa Musa said, what? Because he claimed that when Dawadari spoke with Mansa Musa, that he said that there was a Christian section, and a little bit more. Mali, Ghana are part of Nigeria, and part of Nigeria is the Christian section. Remember, he said the Christians controlled the gold. When they try to convert them to Islam, the gold would not grow. So they stopped converting these areas, and then the gold would grow again, like magic. Voila.
Oh, they're Christian. That's why.
So he said Mali, Ghana, and part of Nigeria is the Christian section. Garfield, you said that he didn't lie.
Shots
you
fired.
Just heard him in his own words. Defended.
Yeah, I said I wouldn't say that he lied. I said he just read the source as it is and just took it as it is. Meaning that what Dawadari spoke, he actually took that literally. So I wouldn't say it's a lie. So that's why I wrote on because Sean made a post. And when he made the post, I said I wouldn't say he's lying because the source is saying what he's saying, partially. Partially. But of course, he's gonna have his own little spin on it. I'm gonna say that he read the source for what it says. Because if somebody researches, you have some people who are limited. So they'll just read the source and say, I got a source that says Jew. I got a source that says Christian. I know for a fact there's no Christian kingdom in West Africa. It's not true. The Romans ended up at Niger. And how they knew the Romans were at Niger. And this is like in the between the first 4 centuries, or in the first or second century of the Common Era, or the 4th century. They saw material evidence of Roman culture in the Niger region. The archaeology, they found them. They found stuff, evidence of travel. They found evidence of the Romans being there. Now with the Christian, but bear in mind, it took them 3 to 6 months to get to that part of Africa. They had 5 expeditions. This is not something that Garfield is making up. This is something that I taught regarding. Hold on, let me just back what I'm saying with actual facts, and that I'm not making this up. I'm just going to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. And this is actually from the when I always argue about 70 AD and West Africa and people going into West Africa, the Jews, I always show this. I always show this. Where the Roman Empire is and what 97,000 taken to Cyrene or Libya. I talk about the revolts. Then I talk about the Sahara population, and then I talked about the 5 areas, the 5 expeditions of the Romans. Look at it on the page. They ended up past Lake Chad. They ended up in Gael. This is the purple one from Sabrathia. So this is where the Romans went, and this is in the 1st century. So even if the Jews was running into West Africa, they would have to be running from Romans who were actually on an expedition going through that area for over 3 to 6 months on elephants or whatever they were on. And they carried their water and everything. So imagine running and going through this. The Jews would have died off. They would have definitely died off. But this expedition, this is a fact that the Romans ended up by the Niger River. And this is in West Africa, Gael. This is a fact. See, they end up in Ajacot near Senegal. They end up near Lake Chad, and they had another route right here through Kofra, through Cyrenaica, and ended up near right here near Lake Chad. So the one with the purple was 19 BC. That was that expedition. This orange one was 41 AD. This one over here was around 50 AD. This green one is 90 AD. So the Romans were making expeditions to do what? They wanted to go into Africa because they wanted to. They saw there was a people called I forgot the name of the people were, but they were dark skinned and they were slaves. So they wanted to go get their own slave, the Garamantes. They wanted to get some people from the Garamantes. Yeah. Well, anyway, let me move on back to my brother Sean. Some people are trying to get in. Samuel R. and Sabio trying to get in. All right. Let's get back to the video. Addressing the claim. This is going to be, I'm going to spend all day and go through this video right here. All right, here we go.
So I'm going to show y'all a map. And I'm going to show you where Mali's reign is. You see all of this in orange? This is the Malian Empire. But right up here is an area where they had beef with a particular group of people in Ghana. You see the Akan right here? Ouagadougou is here. On up. The Masi is in this area. Historically, the Masi and people of the Mali Empire have went back and forth. Presumably. So you're going to tell me that the Malian Empire stretched all through here into Ghana when you got Ouagadougou and you got the Masi up there? Ain't having that with them people. So how you going to get over here into Nigeria? You can't. And you ain't. But that's one of his claims. Because, ladies and gentlemen, you must remember, this is called, by the Europeans, the Gold Coast. More images here showing Mali's rule. There is Burkina Faso. There is Ouagadougou. We ain't playing no games right there. You got Ghana. You got all of that right there. Togo, Benin, Nigeria over there. Here is Mali. Again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who can't really seem to understand or grasp the gist of how Mali is not all of West Africa. Come on now.
I think he misspoke.
That makes no sense.
I think he misspoke.
Who?
Vince Bantu.
Again,
He said Mali's.
look at this. Borders of the Mali Empire at the end of Mansa Musa's reign. So this is at the end of his reign. This is the Malian Empire. Ain't none of that near no Ghana. Ain't none of that near, ain't none of that near no Nigeria. Come on now. Got to be smart. So, this is from one of the articles used on something called Barron Family Mission. It was released in 2022. So, after the video that was on Facebook released, an article behind Bantu on some Christian website came out. And then it says the claim. So the claim is published there, and this is what seems to be. Now, these people prompt Bantu up as this hierarchy of educated scholarship. So they said that Vince Bantu translated this. At the end of it, it says it, translated by Professor Vince Bantu. How and when did he learn Arabic?
Yeah, he knows.
Or the Arabic language.
He knows.
But anyway, let's continue.
He knows Arabic.
And I'm going to show you how this is not a Vince Bantu translation. I heard the magistrate Fakhr el-Din, inspector of the victorious army, say. Now remember, this is Ibn al-Daradari talking. He said he heard. That's the first problem with this statement that I'm about to read. He said he heard. But prior to that, you heard Vince Bantu say that Mansa Musa told Dawadari.
Good catch, good catch.
But in another form, it is addressed that Fakhr el-Din, inspector of the victorious army, say, I asked the king of Takur, el-Takwar, what is the source like where the gold grows among them? Then he said, it is not in our land, which is the property of the Muslims. Rather, it is in the land that is the property of the Christians of Takur, el-Nasari, min al-Takwar. We send to take from them a collection that is due to us and is required of them. These are the special lands that produce gold in this way. They are small pieces of various textures. Some are like small rings, some are like carob seeds, and so on. The magistrate Fakhr el-Din replied, saying, why don't you not produce anything? We have done this in various ways, but we have not seen anything in it. But when it returns to them, it produces according to its average. This is fascinating dynamic. And this is perhaps an increase in the dominance to Guyan of the Christians.
Okay, to make some use of time, I'm going to jump a whole bunch of questions to get into this topic here because you're pushing me into it and don't even know it. But what do the historical sources say about the spread of Christianity in Central and West Africa? Because this is something that I don't think a lot of people are aware of, and this is something in your work that I found just tremendous to understand.
Yeah. That's a great question. I mean, it was something that, that's really actually kind of the main focus of a lot of my work right now, current articles and book that I'm working on that very topic. And that's
Peace, Justin. What's up?
What's up?
What you want?
No,
I just want to say a prayer to everyone, and I don't know. Wait,
Garfield, he's a little boy, and I be seeing him going on to Zariak's channel, and that shit is weird. Why is little kids calling in?
Hey, Orthodox boy, when you at Orthodox boy, listen, bro. Y'all need to leave West Africa alone, man. Leave it alone. Leave West Africa alone, man.
Something that was asked of me, because a lot of as I mentioned, you got these languages and these kingdoms that developed in East Africa to where Christianity literally produced and gave birth to books and architecture and buildings, and Christianity thoroughly permeated all of East Africa and all of North Africa. And these are the oldest civilizations on the continent. And so again, that's just significant in and of itself when we look at the fact that Christianity was predominant in all of the civilizations of ancient Africa. And so it just cannot be made.
Hold on. That's just not true. That's just simply, I love Dr. Bantu. Prevalent. What does the word prevalent mean? That means it's all over the cultures. So you're telling me in all the cultures in Cameroon, Christianity was prevalent in Cameroon, what we call modern day Cameroon. You see, this is the issue. When did it become prevalent? You're talking before colonialism or after colonialism? You see, we got to be specific, because he could be right after when colonialism come in effect. And people who believe in the Abrahamic faith love this type of stuff. They love this type of talk. Let's
attain that it was a European imposition or it was white man's religion, all that kind of stuff. It was already everywhere. But as go into your question, most of the evidence comes from North and East Africa, and that makes sense because those again were the biggest civilizations in Africa in the first millennium, of the Common Era. But then it begs the question of, well, did it spread further west or further south in other places? And I'm currently working in that right now, but I can say right now, be on the lookout for some art, an article that I'm working on, as well as a new book that will be out soon on this very topic. But I can start off to say now that absolutely yes, there are historical sources that indicate that Christians, which were predominant in North and East Africa, that they also began to spread into other parts of Africa. And there is evidence, predominantly in Muslim sources actually, that indicate that there were Christians in Central Africa, in areas that are now part of Western Sudan or modern day Chad, that there were Christians there in the 800s and 900s, which would make sense because as other civilizations developed in Africa, they were developing through trade and contact with the civilizations that were already there before them in East Africa. So I'm talking about like Songhai and Ghana and Mali and Kaukau and the Congo Kingdom, and then Mapungubwe, also the Swahili coast, which was especially starting to develop during the Islamic slave trade. And as Muslims were spreading throughout the southeastern part of the continent and central and western part, they also noticed that there were Christians that were already there because Nubia and Ethiopia were still predominantly Christian nations. And even though Egypt was under Islamic control, it was still a large Christian minority that was still there. And it was actually in the case of Mali, for example, King Mansa Musa actually mentioned that there were a whole Christian section in the Mali Empire, which was modern day, not just modern day Mali, but really most of West Africa, the Gold Coast, which is still controlled by Africans before the arrival of Europeans. And also this is outside of the purview of the Islamic slave trade. And Mansa Musa mentioned that there were Christians in the Mali Empire, an entire Christian section. And this is documented in sources from the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries, long before European colonialism. So absolutely, yes, Christians were already present and were spreading all throughout various parts of Africa long before Europeans arrived.
Y'all heard it. All right. So in a lecture, that video, the previous video that I just showed and played is from an interview he did in 2023. So I showed you 2021 Facebook video show up, 2022 an article shows up, 2023 a video shows up. And his claims are riding along parallel with one another. However, he indicated in the 2023 of an article and a book to be released. And it is 2025, and we haven't yet because he said coming shortly. So I don't know what shortly is according to him because we don't have so much time. So is shortly 5 years? Is shortly 10 years? Is shortly still trying to gather information? What the fuck is shortly? We don't know. Excuse my language. However, this is from a 2025 lecture that he provided. And the title of this lecture at the last conference that he was at was called Christians of Takur, The Presence of Christianity Amidst the Trans-Saharan Trade by Vince Bantu, independent scholar in 2025. Now, I know what some people are thinking, and I totally get it. Vince Bantu in 2024, it was a bad year for him. Some information came out that he was trying to have a sister wife, and the whole church blew up on him, and then he was left out in the cold. However, he's back with this lecture. And in this lecture, he says, and this is his writings in the summary of what he is was to discuss, because past tense, he already did it, what he was to talk about during this conference. The link to that conference is also in the description, just so people can chase and track down where this information is coming from to verify, cross-reference, and fact-check. He says, the emerging African empires of the medieval period came into being in large part due to trade routes that connected civilizations of various ethnicities, languages, and religions. While much of the written evidence during the period comes from Muslim travelers, they depict an interconnected African world of various religious affiliations, including Judaism, indigenous religions, and Christianity. The latter should not be surprising given the prominence of Christianity in some of the medieval Africa's oldest trading partners along the Nile River. While the emergence of Christianity in West, Central, and Southern Africa following the advent of European colonialism is well documented, little scholarship exists focusing on the presence of Christianity in these regions prior to that time. This paper will seek to address this lacuna in medieval African historiography by evaluating the evidence for the presence of Christians in Central and West Africa. Historical and cartographical documents by scholars such as Ibn al-Dawadari, Ibn Hakel, and al-Bakri indicate the existence of Christians west of Christian Nubia, while material evidence from the Darfur region and the medieval Ifa kingdom bear Christian symbols that may have emanated from the Nile Valley. So, more specifically, this is where people like my brother Hemi, Leandre, and the other dude named that might start with a G makes the assertion that people from Nubia supposedly had migrated into West Africa and brought Christianity with them along their travels. They assert this in a conversation that I had with them in the back chat. So now I know where their claim comes from. So instead of arguing with them, we're going to deal with their master teacher. The investigation will conclude with some preliminary suggestions for the sources of Christian presence in medieval West Africa. Now, I primarily focus on West Africa, but there is a small part of this presentation, as we will continue to see, that will deal with two of the three Muslims that he had mentioned. I don't even know why he brought them into this conversation, especially in 2025. You've had since 2021 on this talking point, 2020, 2021. And you have yet to produce an article or a book on a said subject matter, but you continue to triple down on your claims year after year. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is the account from Alden. Fuck Alden. This is what he said, right? And this writing, hold on. Let me be more specific. Not only is Alden speaking here, right? Not only is he speaking here, but he is having a heartfelt conversation. With who? We don't know. So the account reads from al-Dawadari that Abun Bakwa al-Adari, and he says exactly what I'm writing right here. I just had to make sure that I kept the actual document on hand, on standby, in case we need to elaborate here. But this is what goes down. It says, the inspector of the victorious army say, I asked the king of Takur, how is the description of the place where gold grows with you? He replied, it is not in the part of the land which belongs to the Muslims, but in the land which belongs to the Christians. You see that SIC right there? Because there's some problems with this word right here. Of the Takur, we dispatch collectors to take from them a species of the tribute due to us and obligatory upon them. These are special lands which put forth gold in this fashion. It consists of small pieces of varying sizes, some like little rings, some like carob seeds, and the like. The Cadi Fakhr al-Din continued, I said, why don't you take this land by conquest? He replied, if we conquer them and take it, it does not put forth anything. We have done this in many ways, but seen nothing there. But when it returns to them, it puts forth as usual. This is a most amazing thing, and is perhaps due to an increase in the oppressiveness of the Christians. Here's the other account. And I hope y'all can see this in full. Yes, there you go. As early as the 1330s, Ibn al-Dawardari records a conversation. So remember, earlier you had heard me say that Bantu says X, Y, and Z. The article says the same thing. He said himself that al-Dawadari spoke to Mansa Musa. He kept putting it on Dawadari. That's what he kept doing. But here it says, al-Dawadari records a conversation between who? Mansa Musa and the Cadi Fakhr al-Din, presumably in Cairo, in which the Mansa responds to a query concerning the location of the place where the gold grows. So al-Dawadari is not in West Africa. Rule that out. Al-Dawadari isn't present in Takur. This isn't a conversation in West Africa. Among the king and al-Din, this is a conversation in Cairo, yet the same freaking place where Mansa Musa said how he came to be the ruler of the Mali Empire. Anyway, he says, it is not in the part of our land which belongs to the Muslims, but in the land which belongs to the Christians, Nasari, of the Takur. Fakhr al-Din then asked the obvious, why don't you take this land by conquest? The Mansa response is instructive. If we conquer them and take it, It does not put forth anything. We have done this in many ways, but seeing nothing there. But when it returns to them, it puts forth as usual. Musa's reply establishes that gold procurement was through tribute or trade, with more cohesive measures counterproductive. It is a point of independently established by the Sheikh Abu Uthman Sa'id al-Dukuli and subsequently recorded in al-Umaris under the authority of the Sultan of this kingdom. Mali is the land of Mafazat al-Tabir, deposits of gold. They bring unworked tabir or gold to him each year. They are uncouth infidels. Ladies and gentlemen, the man Mansa Musa called the people uncouth infidels. If the Sultan wished, he could extend his authority over them, but the kings of the kingdom have learned by experience that as soon as one of them conquers one of the gold towns and Islam spreads and the muezzin calls to prayer, there the gold there begins to decrease and then disappears, while it increases in the neighboring heathen countries. So all the other countries, he's also calling heathen countries. He in particular is Dukali, someone else speaking on the matter. So just a small recap. What's up, Infinite Minds? What up, $1 billion? Vince stated that 3 Arab sources places Christianity in West Africa: Al-Bakri, Dawadari, and Hakal. The source that follows Bantu's work only uses the account of Dawadari. We have reviewed Dawadari's claim in the corpus and also Gomez's work, which provides more context for what has been mentioned. Dawadari asserts in the corpus that he had overheard what the Qadi al-Din had said to Mansa Musa. Then Gomez's account provides more clarity, stating that Dawadari had recorded the conversation between the two. So we can conclude that this conversation, which supposedly transpired in Cairo, doesn't put Dawadari anywhere in West Africa to confirm the story. This is critical because Bantu never asserts, nor does the other source mention this key factor. If we base our conclusion on hearsay, we commit the same methodological flaw that others continue to make in their search for truth. And then there's Shazmu.
All right, so to be clear, these 3 Arabic sources are coming basically from what Dawadari wrote originally. And you could correct me, Sean, in the chat. So basically the 2 stories. So hold on, Vince stated that 3 Arab sources place Christianity in West Africa. Al-Bakr is before Dawadari and Hakal. Hakal seems to be repeating what Dawadari says. The source that follows Bantu's work only uses the account of Dawadari. We have reviewed Dawadari's claim in the corpus and also Gomez's work, which provides more context for what has been mentioned. Dawadari asserts in the corpus that he had overheard what the Qadi al-Din had said to Mansa Musa, because we thought Dawadari was the one that was dealing directly with Mansa Musa. Now he's recording a conversation between Qadi and Qadi. The word Qadi is basically a mayor. That's what Qadi is, like a mayor or a judge. All right. Then Gomez's account provides more clarity, saying that Dawadari had recorded the conversation between the two, so we can conclude that this conversation, which supposedly transpired in Cairo, doesn't put Dawadari anywhere in West Africa to confirm the story. This is critical because Bantu never asserts, nor does the other source mention this key factor. If we base our conclusion on hearsay, we commit the same methodological flaw, not methodological flaw that others continue to make in their search for truth. That is true. So now we need what's called material evidence of this Christianity. Now, as a Christian, you're like, yeah, we was in Africa, but you see, it's a fight to say it's not the white man's religion or the white man didn't give us Christianity. But I'm gonna go there in a second, but let's go back to what Sean is saying. All right.
And yes, there's problem with Mansa Musa, what Shesmu was saying in the chat. There's a lot of lies that transpired in Cairo when Mansa Musa was there telling this story. And yeah, he definitely didn't want nobody to come and take the throne from him because he had just usurped the throne and became the ruler under his own merit and made up a whole nother story about motherfuckers leaving Mali and traveling to West Africa. Excuse my Spanish. So here's the coming of the European. So Africa south of the Sahara has been known to Europeans since the Greco-Roman times. But it was not until the fourth decade of the 15th century that they began to arrive in numbers on its shores. The first to come were the Portuguese. They were followed in the 1450s by the Spaniards, who soon after abandoned Africa to explore the Americas. Toward the end of the century, some English and French adventurers and traders arrived. This is key information, what I'm about to give y'all, because it is prevalent to this whole conversation. So I have to help piece it together because we don't get no information from the latter. Portugal was the first European state where conditions were favorable for overseas expansion. It had expelled the Moors in 1262, sorry Shesmu, and a new dynasty, the House of Aviz, had emerged in 1385. The new ruling family drew its support mainly from the towns and the first of its rulers, John and his wife, Philippa, the daughter of John and Gout of England, raised the new aristocracy rooted not in blood and landed estates, but in commercial enterprise. Therefore, unlike most of their contemporaries, the kings of Portugal could could count on the support of the aristocracy in overseas activities. Furthermore, John and 5 sons, all of whom were anxious to win laurels on the battlefield, the third of them, Henry later, to be called the Navigator, was the overseas exploration, especially after 1415 when the Portuguese conquered Ceuta, a Muslim stronghold, I might be saying that wrong, a Muslim stronghold on Moroccan side of the Strait of Gibraltar. It was during this campaign that Prince Henry is said to have had a vision and a purpose to which he would remain faithful to his death. According to Gomez Inez de Azora, the chronicler of his activities, Henry's vision and purpose were to find out what lay beyond the Canary Islands and Cape Bojador to capture, listen to this is why this is instrumental, because it says it right here, to capture the trans-Saharan trade, to investigate the extent of Muslim power, to convert people to Christianity, and to form an anti-Muslim alliance with any Christian ruler who might be found, especially with Prester John, the legendary ruler of the Christian kingdom, thought to be located in the heart of West Africa. With the financial...
Now, watch this. With Eldad the Danite, who the Jews have from the 9th century, they propagate the Prester John story, and there are people who still believe Prester John was a real person. But Prester John's kingdom was created because Eldad the Danite was saying there's an Israelite or Jewish kingdom or Jews from the 12 tribes circulating. So the Christians counteracted that story by making up the Prester John story, which him as a Christian took it literal because that's where they were looking for as far as that Christian kingdom, so they could unite with that Christian kingdom to conquer the Arabs or the Muslims. So the Prester John story is very important, key, because remember, if the Prester John story was made up, there's no Christian kingdom of Prester John. It don't exist. So why couldn't the Muslim writers write about a Christian kingdom or say a Christian? It don't mean it literally existed. It's just legendary, just like Prester John. That should have been coming to somebody's mind when you think about a Christian kingdom in West Africa. It makes no sense.
Moral support of the crown, Prince Henry provided the essential impetus to the commencement of overseas adventurers, namely patronage, inspiration, and direction. Ladies and gentlemen, these people are telling you two things here that you cannot brush over, really a few. The reason that they wanted to travel, to capture the trans-Saharan trade, investigate the Muslims' power, and to convert people to Christianity, and to form an anti-Muslim alliance with any rulers, Christian ruler who might be found, especially with Prester John. So if Christians was in the area, they wanted to form alliances with them to make an anti-Muslim alliance. The Christians never wrote that they found a Christian presence in West Africa. The Christians never wrote that they formed an alliance with that said Christian community. Takur is the closest point of the damn Atlantic coast. If they're handling gold and they're handling trade, when the Europeans come into West Africa, Takur is a destination port and spot in which they would have found an anti-Muslim alliance with a Christian ruler, but they never mentioned it. They forego all of that to talk about Prester John, the mythical mother freaker who enters Africa some kind of weird way as an scapegoat for the missionary work and the advancement of the European and their blood-sucking fingers for wealth and bodies on that continent. So now that we set the table for the coming of the European, we fully understand its intent and purpose. Let's deal with the Balad al-Takur. That is the land of Takur. You may have seen Balad al-Sudan, which is the land of the blacks. Now, this is specifically talking about the people of Takur, as the Muslims say. So let's just deal with it. What up, Zane? Arabic authors, after the 14th century, often referred to the Western Sudan by the name of Balad al-Takur, and to the Sudanese Muslims as Takur, or the people of Takur, knowing that the Egyptians called the king of Mali by the name of the king of Takur, helped them off of their confusion by the noting that Takur is only one of the regions in his empire. Two reasons may go same way to explain how it came about that the name of the region in the far west on the Senegal has been applied to the whole Western and Sudan. The whole West and Sudan, sorry, typo. Takur was first described by El-Bakri. Takur, a town of the Nile, the Senegal, is inhabited by black people. These, like the rest of the Sudanese, had been pagan. Listen to what he's saying. This is one Muslim that's in the area, is writing about the area, and he's addressing it. And Bakri is writing in the early AD period, before Mansa Musa. He says, these, like the rest of the Sudanese, has been pagan and worship idols until the reign of Warjabi, son of Rabiz. He became Muslim, introduced Islamic law, and enforced the religion upon his subjects, opening their eyes to the truth. He died in 432, which would be 1040 AD to 1041 today. 1067 to 68, the people of Takur are Muslims. Remember, the Europeans are coming to establish an anti-Muslim presence, alliance with people, and to convert people to Christianity. Yet when they enter Takur, we see an all-Muslim state. It's an all-Muslim state. Before it was a Muslim state, they were pagans. They were idol worshipers. Where is Christianity among the incoming Muslim converts, the pagans and idol worshipers? This is Bakri's account. Then he continues. First, Takur was one of the earliest Sudanese kingdoms to embrace Islam. That's a fact. And its people remained devoted to its faith. So we have an author here in early AD period, right around the 1040 part, and he's telling us that the people are Muslim converts. They embraced Islam. Their kingdom was Islam. But we got the white people telling us, or the Europeans telling us, that they're coming and they're looking to understand the Muslim presence, their power, and to convert people and build an alliance against the Muslims who are in Takur. Then second, these Muslim, listen what the author says. He says, these Muslim people of Takur, the Takari of Arabs, of the Tokular of the French, spread during the centuries over large parts of the Sudan, along with their Fulani kingsmen. You heard people, well, if you're watching the chat or participating in the chat, Brother Taraka is in the chat and he mentioned the Fulani. He also mentioned Futajoro. So there's some things.
Sorry to cut you, Sean, but I got to address this guy in the chat. Let me say this to you, my brother. You don't know everything. That's the first thing we got to say, right? The second thing is, you said Prester John is based off of Solomonic Diocese 1309. Prester John has nothing to do with West Africa. Okay, that's fine. Then you say, Google the information I sent so that you'll have the correct origin of the Prester John legend. Prester John, for those who want to know, was first mentioned in 1145 of the Common Era. That's the 12th century. It was a letter from Hugh of Jabala, a Syrian bishop, to Pope Eugenius III. Nothing to do with 1309 or what he talked about. Hugh told the Pope about a powerful Christian king and priest from the east who had supposedly defeated Muslim forces in Persia. This is the first recorded mention of Prester John in Western Europe. The letter of Prester John, the one that with Eldad the Danite, circulated about 20 years after that. It's supposed to be written by John, the priest, Prester John, the priest and king to the Byzantine Empire. They said that he wrote the letter, which was a lie. It describes a wealthy Christian kingdom in the east filled with wonders, riches, and monstrous peoples. So most historians view that letter, of course, as a forgery or propaganda, but it spread widely across Europe. So this is the 12th century when his letter was mixed with Eldad the Danite. In the 12th century, Europeans thought Prester John's realm was in India or somewhere in Central Asia. By the 14th to the 15th centuries, as contact with Asia increased, the legend shifted and Europeans started placing Prester John in Ethiopia because Ethiopia had an ancient Christian kingdom. So the first mention is 1145 by Hugh of Jabala to the Pope Eugenius III, not in the 14th century like you're suggesting. Oh boy, I'm sorry, Sean. Let me come back a little bit.
People remain devoted to its faith. So we have an author here in early AD period, right around the 1040 part, and he's telling us that the people are Muslim converts. They embraced Islam. Their kingdom was Islam. But we got the white people telling us, or the Europeans telling us, that they're coming and they're looking to understand the Muslim presence, their power, and to convert people and build an alliance against the Muslims who are in Takur. Then second, these Muslim, listen what the author says. He says, these Muslim people of Takur, the Takari of Arabs, of the Tokular of the French, spread during the centuries over large parts of the Sudan, along with their Fulani kingsmen. You heard people, well, if you're watching the chat or participating in the chat, Brother Taraka is in the chat and he mentioned the Fulani. He also mentioned Futajoro. So there's some things here that are about to come out that speaks to that. Then we have Al-Aldrisi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another Arab Muslim speaker. What does he say? He's writing in 1153-54. He describes the king of Takur as an independent sovereign, possessing slaves and troops and renowned with his solutions, firmness, and sense of justice. Traders from the Maghreb used to come to Takur, importing wool, copper, and beads, and exporting gold and slaves. Silla, another commercial town on the Senegal east of Takur, is described by both El-Bakri and El-Adrisi as tributary of Takur. Its people are Muslims. He says the people are Muslims, having been converted by Warjabi, the king of Silla, fights the pagans inhabiting the country between his own towns and Ghana. So we got somebody in Senegal that is fighting the pagans, or what they're calling the pagans, those idol worshipers. Oh, still no Christian presence. Holy hell, Batman. That's 2 Muslim, 3. We got a third.
I got Magrisi.
We're gonna get to it.
I got Magrisi. Did you read Magrisi already?
The Takur were divided into 2 categories.
Did you read Magrisi? Because I got 3 sources that talk about Takur. I got I think his name is Magrisi, if I pronounce it right. I got Ibn Khaldun, of course, Dawadari. We got Bakr. That's when they talk about the king of Takur. But as far as them being and what they do there, we have I think 3 good sources. Bakr, Idrisi, Khaldun, Umari, Makrisi, and Batuta. None of them mention anything about Christianity. But except the guy Dawadari. It's an anomaly. Why would there be Christians there? If everybody's saying Sean is a part of Masi Warrior Clan, and everybody else is saying, no, he's a part of ISUPK. One person said he's a part of ISUPK. You gonna rock with the one source that say he's ISUPK? That's an anomaly. You know Sean ain't no damn Hebrew Israelite. Come on, family, man. You see, what happened is, Sean, they want to claim methodology, but they don't follow it when it comes to their own. They get personal. This is something that I observe even with my brother Orthodox Moore. You know, some of the claim is just we can't have no methodology. This guy spoke Hebrew. This guy was a Hebrew. Or with anything else, the methodology is sound. But when it comes to something personal, Arab sources, Christian sources, Jewish sources, it's like we stop thinking. I had to grow out of that with the Nation of Islam. I used to try to make excuses for all the teachings of the Nation of Islam. Oh, this says this is that. No, take myself away out of it, take my personal relationship out of it, and then I started to have common sense. We got to start thinking, man. But let's carry on. This is a good job by Sean, by the way, so far. So good job.
The sedentaries who lived in villages, a few of which were on the southern banks of the river, and the nomads who roamed the country, and most of whose ranges were of the northern bank. The Fulani, whose early home was in Takur and its neighborhood, are a people about whose origins and activities in West Africa there has been a great deal of controversy. Briefly, what apparently happened was this. For centuries, the autochthonous Negro Fulani inhabitants of the Middle Senegal Valley were infiltrated by pastoral Berbers from the region immediately to the north. Yeah, Mauritania. Yeah, them Berbers. What happened? According to the Caucasoid pastoral Fulani, were often accompanied in their migrations by their Negro sedentary kinsmen. These later were generally better educated as individuals, more sophisticated in politicians, and more fanatical as Muslims than the former. So that when the pastoralists did not meet the local opposition to their encroachments, the sedentaries provided the requisite political and military leadership for the resistance. And when the sedentaries on their part felt so strongly about the prevailing social and religious conditions that they declared a jihad, holy war, the pastoralists provided the rank and file of the fighting forces. In the final analysis, at all events, if militarily and politically, the Fulani sometimes became conquerors and rulers of their former host. Racially and culturally, they often lost their identity among the conquered and ruled. We've identified several Muslim writers in the area of Takur, and based on each account, neither of them speaks of a community of Christians. We have also identified that there are two different groups of people living in the area. The Berbers, who are presumed to be white culturally, and the Negroes. Those who weren't converts were deemed pagans who idol worship, while everyone else were believers of the Muslim faith. Vince Bantu's argument, he doesn't provide us with any evidence to support his position on the so-called Christian community. And he hinges his entire argument on an Arab that supposedly overheard a conversation about someone being in a certain area that were not Muslim. Vince doesn't identify or confirm who the non-Muslim people were, and without any evidence drew a conclusion based on hearsay and not evidence. Vincent didn't bother to read the accounts of Mansa Musa or cross-reference his sources to be certain his belief was certain. Let's move on to the land of the gold. The black, they call it the black gold. We're still in Takur, but there's another name over there, you know, dealing with Senegal and the Malian Empire. They call it the land of black gold, Tabir's gold. Yeah, the land of black gold. In Arab sources, we find many references to the disappearance of gold when the producers were converted to Islam. This possibility was equally disastrous for the Muslim North as the client and for the local rulers who were the middlemen. Thus, the gold producers were not converted, and they were very numerous. Al-Umari explains that Mansa of Mali tolerated in his empire the existence of a pagan population, which he exempted from the tax that was imposed on unbelievers, but which he employed in gold mining. I want to run it back to a previous conversation that I presented here about how Muslims would tax the Jews. Y'all remember that? If you don't remember it, Muslims have always taxed foreign people in the lands that were non-Muslim. However, in the instance of the source that I just provided you that comes out of volume 3 of the UNESCO volumes, this is where it's coming from, right? When providing you with this, it clearly says pagan population. Christians are not considered pagans. No matter what shape, form, or fashion you want to try to spin it, Christians have never been called pagans.
People off the book, people off the book, people off the book.
But I'm going to continue on. I'm just dropping these little jewels here and there, everywhere. The figure of this blacksmith is also associated with magic. Oh, no, I skipped, my bad. Sorry. The fundamental reason, this goes back to the first paragraph, for which he employed in gold mining. So the fundamental reason is that the gold prospecting and production were accompanied by a number of magical operations and were bound up with a system of beliefs of which we can still discern traces. The same applied to iron, which provides perhaps an even clearer example than gold. In many areas, there was close association between the royal authority and the master smelters and smiths. So the figure of blacksmiths is also associated with magic. Are Christians associated with magic? With the dangerous power of the iron masters, with the passage of the time, this type becomes more and more antithetical to that of the marabout. The marabout, or more simply the bearer of Muslim law, was to eliminate the influence of the iron worker. Islamization seems to have been accompanied by a break in the earlier alliance between royal power and the iron workers. The latter were still feared on the account of their magical and economic power and gradually formed an isolated group. I got a typo in there. So, Ibadite sources provide examples of genuine mutual religious tolerance and of a large measure of understanding towards pagan African cultures. When I told you that they never called Christians pagan, the pagan word was toward African cultures and their social practices. Things changed with the triumph of Sunni orthodoxy in the 11th century and the emergence of religious phenomena that were far less ready to display tolerance, such as the Almoravid movement. This was the beginning of the second period in which the efforts of Islam were increasingly directed towards the standardization of patterns of life in the lands under its influence. We are thus thrown back on the product of which all the Arab authors speak and to which all the historians have paid attention, viz. Gold. The Muslim world, a significant consumer of gold, especially since the reforms at the end of the 7th century, behaved in relation to its fringes as an enormous demand area. The Muslim West, except for Ifriqiya, someone just said that in the chat, under the Algobids, did not mint gold for coinage. It is also for that time that information about African gold production became at least relatively less mythological and more geographically accurate. The Arab sources attest that gold existed in rough form in West Africa, but apparently those in power south of the Sahara, whether Muslim or not, never even after 1050 turned this gold into coin. Recap. The Muslims referred to Takur as the land of black gold, as well as other places. They had specific idea who the infidels or pagans were and who lived in the areas. These pagans worked the areas and brought forth gold to trade. Gold was very to them, but is most important is the fact that we have yet to identify Christians in pre-colonial West Africa. So let's go back to al-Dawadari's account. We're going to go back to Dawadari's account for two reasons. Peep game. In Vince Bantu's argument, apparently he either failed to account for or go check out the footnote attached to the area of the corpus where Dawadari professed to have overheard what Katie al-Din and Mansa Musa were discussing. In the corpus on page 409, it states, CFP 267, where the informant was the Sheikh al-Dukhali. He says that the land of gold belonged to the infidels, Kufar, not Nasari, Kufar, not Nasari, Kufar. Who said what? Let me go back and slam the hammer. Let me drop the gavel down one more time. In the same freaking source that Vince Bantu kept trying to bring forth, it discusses in the footnotes of the corpus what Dari professor have overheard what Katie Alden and Mansa Musa were discussing. In the corpus on page 409, it states,
let me just let everybody know I got the corpus. I'm fact checking Sean, and this is the ultimate dagger right here. I'm just saying, it says where the informant was the Shak al-Dakali. He says that the land of gold belonged to the infidels. There are also references to Judaism in the interior, but this seems to be the first reference to Christians, which is odd. Wow, game over.
Where the informant was Sheikh al-Dukali. So, Dawadaris didn't hear shit. His informant was Sheikh al-Dukali. And he said that the land of gold belonged to the infidels. When did they call Christians infidels? When did they call Christians pagans? When did they call Christians non-believers? So the correct word was kufar, but that's not it. There are also references to Judaism in the interior on pages 97 and 108 of the same corpus. But this seems to be the first reference to Christians Nasari, which is odd, by both authors, Levitzian and Hopkins. To add, Gomez's account also provides a footnote regarding the matter. On 250, he says, as Christianity in West Africa at this time is unverifiable, in contrast to ancestral practices, their equation may have been meant as a critique of the former. Also, Gomez differs on the translation. Ooh-wee. Smoking gun. Smoking gun. Let's continue. Vince Bantu couldn't have translated any text written by al-Dawadari. At best, he's a theologian who was released last year by the institution he worked for in Houston. None of his credentials speaks to having a background in Islamic studies or languages. He, in his assertions, have relied heavily on Arab scholars of their day, in particular one that is using hearsay to claim the presence of Christians in an area that other Arab scholars who were actually in the area never attested to. Batouti is the only Muslim to have traveled and visited the Sudan himself, while other Muslims depended on informants. There is no consensus in scholarship over any translation of any word that links Christians to Takur. El-Daridari has valuable information on the Fatimids and is one of the most interesting historians of the Barhit dynasty. But he frequently cites his father as a source for events in the last two parts of his history. But he seems to have exaggerated his father's importance by attributing to him information from other sources. Dawadari may also have falsified his own genealogy. He breaks from traditional Arabic historiography in many ways. His writing style is more personal, spiced with anecdotes, and for the earlier periods, dependent in part on popular legends. Uh-oh. The evidence of pre-colonial Christianity in West Africa is essentially confined to slight archaeological traces implying Christian influence found near unexcavated fortified town of Jador in northern Niger. And some believe of a town in Kawar Oasis being called Kasir Isar, or Castle of the Mother of Jesus. Neither of these are smoking guns, nor are they confirmed. So generally speaking, there is no conclusive evidence of it, although there is little speculation. Uh-oh. Steady voice. Steady voice. Let's go. Christianity in North Africa was confined mostly to the coastal and the hinterlands directly adjacent to its contrary, the image some people may have had in their heads of heavenly Christianized North Africa prior to Umayyad conquest. Even more so when acknowledging the reality that Christianity in North Africa, even along those coastal regions, was a large urban phenomenon. Many Saharan populations, namely the Goramites to be exact, did not adopt Christianity until quite later than the rest of North Africa around the mid-6th century. 569, the Goramites, and it is in the period that the scholars like Victor Knott speculate some Christian influences may have trickled through the Sahara, but this is a very brief period in Saharan history. While there are some recognizable influences from the Byzantine in the Central Sahara from this belief period into the form of tombs throughout the Fezzan, and even some projected influences of past Fezzans in the form of a way of some forts in the region of Tibesti, Kaur or Fezzan's design. It does not seem as if this process of Christianization was particularly potent enough to point where Christianity would diffuse quickly through the Sahara and into Sudanic Africa before the advent of the Umayyad conquest. Secondly, the pre-Islamic trans-Saharan trade did not occur with nearly as much vigor as it did after the Umayyad conquest. We do not have solid examples and proof of Saharan populations like the Goromantes trading with the Sahelian population, and even some theorized evidence of the Sahelian migration to Goromantian regions and the genetic affinity between the Sahelian populations and some Goromantian populations, as well as cultural affinities, and then trading with populations along the Mediterranean coast. However, these trade routes seem to have been significantly more limited than those that formed after the Umayyad conquest of North Africa. As it pertains to al-Bakri, it was common for early Arab writers such as al-Bakri to refer to non-believers of Islam in their works as lam-lam, lim-lim, or dam-dam, which may be a corruption of the Siri title Lamand. That's coming from the people in Senegal. Let's continue. As it pertains to Ibn Hakel, the only time he mentions Christianity in the corpus is when he is referring to Nuba back in East Africa. He makes no account of Christianity in West Africa, or more specifically, Takur. There was no reason to bring him into the equation, knowing that the corpus doesn't attest to the claim and no viable evidence exists. Reminder. Let's go to school. Reminder. One of the premier guidelines of historical analysis is that all historians evaluate their sources to determine their quality and accuracy. Beyond determining whether a source is a primary or secondary, it is imperative that historians use their knowledge to judge the nature of sources and how they should be used. Remember, each primary source carries where it is biases of its author. These biases alter the presentation of the information, and many historical sources are written with clear purpose and intention, attest to the claim, and no viable evidence exists. A key element to this historical analysis process is making historical inferences. Historians take a collection of facts and their infer larger understanding and conclusions. In order to answer the how and why questions of historical analysis and research, historians need to gather all the possible evidence, vet it for bias and authenticity, understand the larger picture presented by these facts, and then make logical conclusions based on what they have learned. Historical fallacies come about due to false reasoning on the part of historians. Their arguments may be built upon shaky logic by not considering inherent biases or by using incomplete and corrupted evidence. Fallacies can come about by not understanding considerable multiple points of view or perspectives in gathering documentary evidence, or from the lack of complexity when analyzing causality, or from imposing modern sensibilities upon actors in the past, or from not considering change over time. Presented as rational and well-supported conclusions, fallacies are incredibly dangerous as they actively spread misinformation and cover up objective historical arguments. Fallacies can be created both intentionally and unintentionally, depending on their authors, the subject matter, and the influence of certain arguments can be had. Fallacy is incredibly dangerous in historical work, as an established and believed fallacy can impede on the proper and well-vetted historical analysis from being accepted, sometimes for generations. These historical fallacies can be weaponized and used for political purposes, while others slowing the progress of solid historical work. If historians are constantly working to undo the entrenchment of fallacy, they are slowed into progressing their fields. You're slowing me down. A powerful historical fallacy can be used to motivate devastating events and have countless times in world history. In order to avoid historical fallacy, we must be open-minded to proper historical analysis, understand and view multiple perspectives in any event, and focus on determining the difference between the facts and the biased opinions masquerading as such. By allowing historical analysis process to take place in full, we as a society can push dangerous fallacies aside and arrive at objectively determined historical conclusions, ladies and gentlemen. Based on the available data as it pertains to Christianity in pre-colonial Africa, it is based on hearsay between two people who supposedly had a conversation in Cairo, Egypt, and neither of them spoke directly to the person who documented the conversation. This supposedly came from the same person who claimed that he became the ruler of Mali because the previous successor had been lost at sea. Ibn al-Dawardari provided no primary evidence to support what is claimed to be in his writings, and Takur hasn't uncovered any evidence of an early Christian presence. We have multiple sources who also take issue with al-Dawardari's translations, as it seemed very odd and unverifiable. Vince Bantu omitted the author's notes in his research and is yet to provide the evidence, as he has drawn much interest from Christian zealots who have seemingly anointed Bantu as some scholar. Academia hasn't come to the consensus on the claim. And by the way, it has moved. It's not even interested in actually dealing with the subject matter because the claimant never was in West Africa and did not provide any supportive evidence. Vince has no understanding of West African history and culture, and at best, who he is proposing to be Christians are actually indigenous inhabitants of the land, until he can provide evidence for the assertion based on a random person who was living in Syria at the time. We can't continue to take this claim seriously. All sources are sourced on each slide and are also located in the description of the video in the case anyone wants to challenge the information presented. We do not hide our sources or delay publishing our arguments on any subject related to history, culture, or the African American and diasporian experience for 5 years. Thank you. Appreciate y'all showing up on this Saturday. Tap.
All right, I got a question, Sean, for 409, the corpus and the source. I wanted to go over that with you. But other than that, I'm good. That was pretty good. I think that the bottom line is it's written, but why is it written that it says Christians? Everybody thinks it's an anomaly, could be an error, but nobody understands. Nobody is saying that that era is a Christian era. You were saying something about 409. What were you trying to prove with that point? Exactly. I got it. I got a corpus right here with me. Grab your corpus because I want to get your point.
Oh.
You talking to me or me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you about Ibn al-Dawari, point number 5 on point number 4, with his writings and what he wrote and what it has to do with. Is it saying on page 267 we should see corroborating evidence that somebody else wrote that it was infidels?
Yeah, so basically, so you only had a corpus account. There's the corpus source. You got Michael Gomez's book, Old Dominion. African Dominion.
No, I only have the corpus in front of me.
All right. So based on the scholars that are editing the corpus and Gomez as an Arabic scholar, Islamic medieval period, there's others, but just primarily focused on the two. One tells you that it's odd that the word Christian appears right here in its translation of Nasari, according to Dawadari.
Right.
However, the corpus doesn't expand on who's speaking to who at the time, because you're thinking if you read the corpus as it sits, if you go back to 260, was it 267?
Mm-hmm.
If you start reading the corpus, who you think is talking?
I think
when you initially read the corpus.
You mean when it says like this is the chapter on Al-Umari, so I would think it's Al-Umari.
No. Go to Al-Dawadari. I think it's if it's not 267, it should be whatever the page, the 267 or 9 or one of them.
267 Al-Umari.
Nah, we ain't going to. Yeah, 250. My bad. I said 267. My bad.
No,
yeah,
the
go to 250.
Score says 267. That's why I went to 267.
Okay. All right. So the research
the land will belong to the. Hold on a second.
The infidels.
Who is saying that the land? Who is saying that?
Okay. The Doculi, the informant. The informant.
So is there a chapter with
yeah,
him?
that's why. Nah, he's not in the corpus. But hold on, his name is mentioned. Go back to Dawadari's account and you will see his name being mentioned.
All right, 250. Hold on, 250. I think is 250 is Ibn al-Dawadari.
Dawadari, yeah.
All right, so hold on a second.
The dude that the information is coming from is the informant. It's not a conversation between Al-Din, Dawadari, and Mansa Musa.
All right, hold on 1 second. This is what I'm trying to find out, right? In that source, in the page 409, it says specifically in source, it says page 2 CF, page 267, where the was Sheikh Al-Dakali.
Yeah, that's a different source, though.
Yeah, he says.
You see what I'm saying? See how I got it quoted?
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
He says that the land of gold belongs to the infidels. So who is saying that?
The informant is telling Dawadari that the land of gold belongs to the infidels.
So where is that? Where is that documented?
That's why I just told you. You don't have that document that I'm telling you. I ain't home right now, so I can't pull it up.
So CF is referring to what? What is CF?
Right. It is referring to another source. That's why I said you got to have Gomez's work in Old Dominion, the African Dominion.
It's not talking about 267 in this particular book.
No. Okay. No, that's why. Yeah, I'm sourcing two different things right there in that paragraph. Sorry.
267 does talk about the Kali, but I don't see where it's saying.
No, it's two sources being sourced right there.
Okay. Because
that's the word that the Kali uses is the word for infidels, which is Kaffur.
So that's in the book that you're talking about.
Correct.
All right, cool. I need to see that. I need to get a copy of that. Because that's
yes, you do.
The dagger right there.
Yes, you do.
What's the name of the book?
African Dominion. Yeah. Michael Gomez.
Okay. All right, cool.
And Nasari shows up only in Dawadari's account. But if the informant is telling you infidels, why is you inserting Nasari? Because you're doing what you've been doing. You exaggerating it because you did the same shit with your genealogy and who you were among Egypt. So if you was that prominent, why the hell is you living in Syria? Damascus. You're over in Damascus writing about some stuff going on in Cairo that's going on in Egypt. But see, Al-Din is doing business with Mansa Musa because it's Al-Din who give him the supplies to get back to Mali.
Yeah, you mentioned Leandre and who else you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, so Leon, the dude who video you was sending me, that's the dude that I was referring to. The dude whose name I couldn't remember. None of that.
Oh, okay.
That video, yeah. Him, Leandre, and then Hemi. You know, they Christians. So they fight. Hemi messed with the bar reloaded. He messed with Honey Clark. So he be over there debating and stuff like that against Jeremiah and them and all that. But he a cool dude, you know what I'm saying? He ain't as far out as most people that you'll probably have a conversation with. But on the other side of that, they proposed the presence, saying that the shit was coming from Nubia as well. And I'm like, wait a minute, whoa, who said that? You know what I'm saying? Who said that these people came from Nubia and was going over there and doing missionary work? Like, bro, like that's not happening. So we can't botch what we have for evidence, or that we're using as evidence to draw these inferences. Because that's all it seems to be to me, is they're just inferring something, and then so they can hide their hands later about the subject matter. Similar to other people who ain't reading the footnotes. Like, if we all reading the same text and we're all doing all of these things, how is our interpretation different from yours? Well, maybe because we're reading the footnotes and you're stopping. Because they clearly highlighted on that same page that you referred to in the corpus, it's a footnote there. We got to go check that out. They're telling us to go check this out for a reason, because it's the first time that anyone has heard that there was Christians there. We ain't tripping on the Jews because we know the Jews wasn't in the land of the blacks, but they were on the outskirts on these trade routes. We ain't tripping on that because we had them at bay. Similar to the European when they came into West Africa, they couldn't come off the shore. They were restricted from coming into the interior. So we ain't dismissing that. But however, it comes down to Dawadari's account, and then being able to verify Dawadari's account. And it is of many reasons that a lot of people ain't read no other accounts or anything related to the subject, because they stayed right there when there's other authors writing in the same period and never mention it. And then I snuck Gomez in there because I know people wasn't looking at Gomez's accounts for nothing. Just like Hunwick. Hunwick gives us the best explanation for lamb, damn, and tam, and wham, and bam. Like straight up. But they ain't reading that, man. I don't understand how they're not understanding these things. Like the people that were in Takur converted to Islam. If there was a Christian presence there prior to that conversion, it would have been some smoke. Initially.
Facts.
And that would have been documented historically, because now we would have this presence there. But no, they're converting people who were non-believers, and the non-believers, they were running down on the non-believers, and then they told you that they had the non-believers, and then when they said that they couldn't convert people because things weren't working their way, they admitted that. So now you have to take all of these different parts of a historic over an overall view and start putting together to see what aligns, right? So if I'm you know what, like I want to give an example of this. So when you're doing your research, Garfield, and you're researching a topic, and you're looking at, you always said this, you said this long ago, 5 sources. I'm just throwing the number 5 out. You said you need 5 sources on the subject matter. No matter what, you had to have 5 sources talking about one thing.
Yep.
If every last one of those sources, but one, is saying the same thing, what is it with the one source that's saying something different than the other 4?
Yep. Is it a mistranslation? Is somebody jumping the gun? What is going on? Yep.
Right. But then you had to understand, because people were under the impression that Dawadari was actually in West Africa. Did you know that?
Yep.
And then for them thinking that he was in West Africa, that he was able to attest to it and speak on it, because he said, Bantu out his mouth says that he has a primary account. His primary account is Al-Dawadari.
Christian kingdom, and they was protecting the gold and all this crazy.
The gold, yes. Yes. So how could he be a primary? How could he be a primary if he wasn't in the room? If he's writing, and he's writing through from an informant, even the corpus even says that someone else is speaking about the conversation between Mansa Musa and Al-Din, because you see Al-Din and Musa's name show up. So you got to put those things together. So what we got to do is put the right. So we got a puzzle. We have to put everything together. We got to see how many times or how many attestations we see that align, and then where do they differ. So if we're aligning everywhere but these few little pieces, then we got to hone in on how can we verify the validity of these different accounts. Then you got to go further. That's all I did. I just didn't stay stuck on the corpus. I came out of the corpus. I started looking in other places, and I knew the beauty of this all is I knew where to go directly, because I went into Gomez's work, because I read his entire book, and I knew that he spoke on certain things in that book. And then I just opened my book right back up, and I reviewed everything he said again, because why? He has an extensive work on Mansa Musa in that book. So now I can find out who is who. And then when I pull up the collie's name, I said, okay, so here's the informant. Remember what I said earlier, that no one was traveling into West Africa. The only person to go into the Sudan was Batuti. Everyone else used informants. So you had to remember that. So I said, okay, so Dawadari is using an informant. Let's identify who his informant is. Who's Dawadari's informant? Because he's not in the room. So I had to take Dawadari out of the room with Mansa Musa. That was the first thing. Check. The second thing is, okay, what if he's behind the curtain? So how could he overhear the conversation? Oh, he's not overhearing the conversation. Check. So where is he getting the information from to even speak on the account? Oh, he got an informant, which what aligns with how other Arabs are writing about West Africa, which goes back to the point that you made initially earlier in your show, when you said we have to be careful with Arabic sources. So I just walked it down like that, man. I ain't do nothing special. I just walked it down like that, just kept asking myself questions, and then just putting pieces of the puzzle together. And then, like you said, I already had all the sources. I had them. I just had to slow down and just reevaluate them, and then put these pieces together. The problem is that Bantu has the book, supposedly a book written by Dawar, which would be which would be what he's claiming to be the primary. That's where the trouble starts. So you got to treat them like the elbows.
Look at Brother Law.
He's asking about okay, yeah. So that's a good question, Brother Law. Because Brother Aziz, who's a member of the Mossy, who usually shows up in this chat and be arguing with Garfield sometime on some of this comedic bullshit.
He came with that shit too, man. That's why I was gonna ask. I was trying to remember his name.
He is Wolof. He speaks Wolof. Benjamin Njai, Black Panther, is Siri. Right? So to your point, yes, Brother Aziz speaks Wolof. Now on this subject matter, we answer your question. But you don't have to speak. But hold on. But you don't have to speak a particular language if there's already historical evidence written by scholars in the field. You can honestly, right? You have to be honest. You can honestly cross-reference what the information is being said or spoken about, and then the validity of it, right? Because we don't have a primary source on this conversation. There's nothing written on this conversation. There's no one in the room during Mansa Musa begging Al Din for money, but Al Din and Mansa Musa. And Musa is broke at this point. He need to get back to Mali. So he's telling them about this place where the gold grows, but he can't convert the people. See how you verify that story? Because initially people was like, well, where the story coming from? How do you verify the story? You got multiple accounts asserting this account transpiring, but where do they differ? It goes back to methodology. That's why I seriously input that method shit in there toward the end before I gave my conclusion, because I wanted people to understand that there are steps that you have to take. And we have no internal source.
Can I speak?
In saying that.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Samuel. What's up? Hold on, before you speak, Sean, did you see I put the book in the chat with Moraz Farias? It has the Mali epigraphic evidence, over 400 inscriptions.
What chat?
Between the 11th century and 16th century. That book been
you put it on Facebook.
No, I put it right here in the chat. I didn't
No, bro, put it on Facebook, bro. I can't grab it.
I got you. Yeah, because that book confirms what's going on in the Mali from 11th century to the 16th century. Again, he's documenting who's in charge in what area and so forth. So that's the actual evidence from the actual people who wrote on the wall.
Yeah, all the time.
Their genealogy and all that stuff didn't even match. That's crazy, man.
Garfield is funny. You are funny. You know that, Garfield?
Why you say that?
Can I speak?
Somebody wants to speak, and then you cut them right away as soon as they say something, and you do that all the time. I'm like, here you go.
I do what I do, man.
I know you do what you do. It's funny, though.
All right, go ahead, brother. You wanted to say something, brother? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Yeah, I'm the person who left the comment earlier saying that I have evidence of people in Barbados who came off the slave ships
need
with
it.
Hebrew names.
I need that. I need that.
Okay, so okay.
Oh man, we going to
So,
that shit. We can change the topic.
is
Okay,
this the
go
person
ahead,
that
bro.
was just speaking? You just spoke for about half an hour, my friend, man. Can I say
Yo,
something?
he can
I'll
talk as
speak
long
longer.
as you want, man. No.
Sorry?
You know what,
Sorry, say
Sean?
that
Don't
again?
respond to that. Don't respond to that, Sean. Don't respond to that.
I'm not, man. I ain't tripping.
I ain't gonna give him a reason to run. We need this information, brother.
Yeah. No, listen, I'm not running anywhere. As I'm saying, I want to speak, but I want to speak uninterrupted because I just listened to your man
You
just
said you
speaking
got
there
the
for about
source.
half an hour. I didn't say a word.
You want to share your screen, my brother?
No, I don't want to share my screen. I just want to if you're a researcher, so you can look this stuff up. It's attainable. All right.
Go ahead, my brother.
All right. So the author is Jerome S. Handler and Joanne Jacoby. This is in the British Library.
Hold on a second. Let me put their names in at the same time while you
Yes,
talk.
please.
What's their names?
So this is Jerome S. Handler.
Jerome S. Handler. How you spell Handler?
Handler.
Okay, and who else? What's the other person?
And Joanne Jacoby. Joanne Joann and Jacoby Jacoby.
Okay. What's the name of the book?
It's a study. Yeah, it's a study. So
is it a research paper?
Yeah. If you put that in and just put a study of slave names in Barbados, and you should get it from 1650 to 1830.
1650 to
Hold on, time out.
No,
He
Sean,
said
Sean, no.
Just let me speak to the man. I'm not here to speak to anyone else.
Hold on. We gonna decide for this. 1830.
From 1650 to 1830. That's Jerome S. Handler, the authors, and Joanne Jacoby.
And it says slave name 1650 to 1830. And then what else does it say?
Slave names and naming in Barbados.
Slave names and naming. Okay.
In Barbados, yeah.
All right. Remember, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, remember his claim that the people that came off the slave ships, the slaves, he's referring to the slaves, had Jewish names.
Hebrew, not Jewish. Hebrew names. Hebrew.
Okay.
Not Jewish. Hebrew names.
Okay. And
yes.
Then what are you saying now? Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm saying. So, what else would you like to know? What else would you like to know?
No. Where is the example of this?
Okay, so the example of this is, sorry, I'm watching the football at the same time. Soccer.
Record. The title is called Slave Names and Naming in Barbados, 1650 to 1830.
Yeah, do you have it?
Now, no. I'm looking at a review of it right now. It's in the William and Mary Quarterly Third Series, volume 53, number 4. They analyzed 2229 slave name records from Barbados as sample drawn from where? Where they drawing it from?
From the actual people that were enslaved in Barbados, obviously.
I know, but they're drawing it from the plantation lists, the legal documents, newspaper, and other archival services.
Right. So
hold on.
Yeah, okay, I'll hold on. I'll keep holding on for you. Okay.
Hold on.
Yep. Okay.
They're not drawing based on what I'm seeing. I'm just Googling right now.
I have so much more. Hold on. All right, I'm holding on. Go on. Talk.
It's not drawing from the actual slave ships, but it's drawing from areas that's not the slave ship. Meaning that I'm going to click on Jerome Handler's now, the actual article, and I'm going to actually put it on the screen. So I have the actual article in front of me right now.
My friend, I have the article. I've had the article for
I'm going to share it while you're talking. Can you point to where it says off the slave ship they come with the names? I'm okay. Put it on the screen. Hold on.
I keep saying hold on. You ask me a question and say hold on.
Hold on. Man? Just tell me which page to turn to so we can do the argument. Just put
Arsenal scored. Sorry, say that again. Sorry, say that again. I'm watching something. I'm watching the football at the same time.
Your team probably losing.
Arsenal just scored. But yeah, go on anyway, sir.
Put it on the tell me which page to turn to so I could find it quickly. Because this is the article. I found it. So it's right here.
Okay, so you've got in page 698 and 699.
698. Let's go to 698. And
Yeah,
699.
table 2. It's in table 2, page 6. No, I'm telling you what to look for. You keep saying, hold, brother, what's all this hold on? You asked me a question.
Bro, I want to show the audience while you're talking.
I know, but you can do that and listen to me at the same time.
Okay. All right.
So I'm saying in table 2, page 698 and 699. Table 2. Yeah,
So
it says, hold on.
Hold
Can I finish, brother? Can I finish? Is that okay?
Okay.
So it says, Handler and Jacobi present the most common African names among Barbados slaves with variant spellings. All right, now I'll show you what these mean. Yeah, so is that helpful? Is that helpful? Why'd you laugh?
I got you. No, because I know where you're going.
Where am I going? Where am I going?
No. Continue. Speak.
If I'm going somewhere that's going to be a lie, then
Who said it's a
like
lie?
to speak truth.
I never said it's a
laughed.
lie.
No, because you laughed. You know where I'm going, and you laughed. But anyway, go ahead, brother. What are you going to say?
Go ahead. What's the Hebrew names?
Okay. So, if you see that, can you see that now? Right? You see a lot of this AH.
It's on the page. Okay.
Right. So you see a lot of these names have the AH at the end of the names. The AH at the end of the names is a Hebrew suffix. It's the names what you find within the Torah. Even the word Torah itself finishes in AH.
Hold on a second. Nobody say anything. Now I'm gonna ask you a simple question, beloved.
Okay, yeah. Ask me a simple question.
To help me out. I want you to help me to understand.
Yeah. And listen.
Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. Can you show me a Hebrew name in the Bible with the Hebrew with the letter A in it?
Say it again. Show you a name.
Can you show me a Hebrew name in history? Go back into history and show me the letter A in it.
What are you talking
about? Any name. Just show me the name.
Noah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You do know that Hebrew, they did not write vowels that we have today in English.
My brother, listen.
Hold on.
You keep saying hold on. What's my point of coming on there, man? If you're just gonna say hold on.
You know what?
Say, do you know? And then when I start answering, you say,
my brother.
No. You said, do you know? And then when I start answering, the do you know is a question.
I'm gonna ask a simple question. A simple question.
You're asking a question again, but as soon as I start answering, you say, hold on. So what is the point of asking a question if you don't want to answer? As soon as I start answering your question, you say, hold on. You're doing it again. Hold on.
My brother, do you want to have a conversation or you want me to kick you the fuck off my channel? Which one do you want?
See? So this is what it is. This is what it is. See, you guys don't really want truth.
Which one do you want to do? Let me know right now.
He don't want to listen. He don't want to listen. That's the problem.
Have a conversation, or you want to get kicked off my channel?
If you're going to answer a question, you have to allow me to answer it.
So you answer.
You can't say hold on when I'm answering a question that you asked me.
All right, let's go back into time. Did Hebrews have vowels?
My brother, as I'm saying to you, these names were documented by people that were on slave ships, by the people that were with these people. They wrote these names down. Now, these names are clearly Hebrew names. Why do they have this?
Okay. How did you come to that conclusion?
Can I speak to the proprietor of the channel?
No. You could. Sean could talk. Sean,
yeah, I know you can talk, but I don't want to speak to everyone.
He asked a very good question.
Okay,
because
so
the question is, how do you determine? Here we go. I found it. Here we go.
All right.
I got you.
So
hold on one second. Don't move.
Who, me don't move. Who you speaking to?
Don't move. I'm telling you, don't move.
Okay, I'm here.
That's what I wanted to go to. You guys remember I've been teaching this for years, right? How they found Yah names in the slave voyages, right?
More than Yah.
Yo, shut the hell up! I'm talking.
See, very disrespectful.
So shut up. Why don't you shut up and let me talk?
Listen, all right, we're done here. This is pseudoism. You're pseudo, my brother.
That's why we didn't want nobody to engage.
My brother, you're pseudo, man.
Just shut up and let me
finish
saying what I'm saying.
Pseudo, man.
Why you
people are pseudo, man.
Why are you
crazy
pseudoism? How are you calling people pseudo?
Because he's saying, what is it? This man is trying to debunk facts, and you can't debunk facts. So now you're trying to be disrespectful.
We didn't bring you facts.
I'll punch your face in, pussy.
Hey, where you live at, bro?
Remember,
Where
you're
you
in
live at?
London, yeah?
Shut
You're
your
Where you
living in
live
mouth.
at,
London.
bro?
You speak to me like this, and I haven't seen you in
Shut your
London.
mouth.
Where you
You
live
gotta
at?
shut up. You gotta shut up. Let somebody else talk. This is
Listen,
simple.
listen, pussy old.
I am
If you
talking.
talk like that, I'll punch you.
All right. You could stay in the chat for a little bit. Point I'm trying to make, family. He makes a good point by saying the names end with age. Now look at this right here. This is the same thing with the slave voyages. It documents these names. Now he wants to fight. Oh, you're a pussy wall. Stop cussing Jamaican bad words if you're not Jamaican. Don't do that. All right. If you look at this right here, the name on the registers when the Africans got involved with trying to pronounce the names, you don't see that name anymore. You see Nyamoli at the bottom. They're telling you what is possibly what the person heard. Remember, when the people are documenting names, they're documenting not because of Hebrew. These are English and Spanish speakers trying to understand the names. So when you say Nyamoli, which you see on the chart here originally, you see Nyamoli at the top. Look at the bottom right here. It says it's probably Noah Mabi. They say possible modern counterpart, Nyamaoli. But you could see the person writing Nyamaoli and coming up with the same thing. You see, these are not Hebrew names. These are people trying to pronounce names. They don't know. Now, he said he made a crazy claim that I have to actually address. And he actually don't know what he's talking about. Now, let's take a look at what he said. That's why I say I want to see the source. He's saying that this name right here, Juba, with AH at the end, the AH makes it a Hebrew name. That is bad methodology. What does the word Juba means? That would have been my question to you, my brother. You want to cuss and say, I bet you wouldn't talk to me like that in my face. I don't care. Stop
Okay, of course you don't care. Listen, you're there and I'm here.
Stop acting. You're going to act like a girl? Or are you going to act like a girl in your feelings?
Listen, Garfield.
Are you going to have a conversation?
Garfield.
Are you going to have a conversation?
Garfield, listen.
Are you going to have a conversation?
Why do you think I came here? Do you think I came here to tell you that
Mr. Sean asked a question. Stop bitching.
Right.
Stop bitching.
No, listen, see the disrespect again. The disrespect again. I didn't disrespect you, bro, but I can disrespect you, brother.
Well, stop
I didn't disrespect you, but I can disrespect you.
Well, shut up when you need to be shut up when somebody else is talking. You're not.
Well, listen. Well, when you ask a question, if you ask someone a question,
mute up. I'm gonna talk and then you talk. If you don't understand basic English, I can't help you. I cannot help you. I cannot help you. The question Sean asked, since you don't want Sean to ask you, how do you come to the conclusion that Juba is a Hebrew name? It's a simple question. Now you can answer. I'm waiting. You could unmute yourself. You probably are cussing and going and carry on like a little girl.
Listen, the AH sound in
the
biblical
sound is AH sound. Go ahead.
Why are you talking? Okay, so
go ahead. Let's go.
The AH sound in biblical names is a Hebrew grammatical suffix. You don't see this in any other people anywhere on the planet. The people that you say are the Israelites don't have this. They have names like Goldberg and Spielberg. Yeah. Now,
Africans. Quick question. Quick follow up. So,
okay.
Africans
Yes.
Never had an AH in their words.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you every
question. The question on the table. Did Africans have an AH sound in their words? Because what you're saying makes absolutely no sense.
Garfield, your man that was talking asked me a question. Now you're asking me another question before I've answered that question. So this is not this is
continue,
not
carry on.
This is clearly you're doing some kind of sabotage thing, right? So let me explain. All right. So the Hebrew suffix is an AH suffix. Now you can Google that, you can AI that. Anyone listening can AI that. Just Google or AI the Hebrew AH grammatical suffix and see what comes up. So it says, sometimes representing the feminine gender, but most often it's the short form of Yah or Yahweh, the God. Hold on. God.
Repeat that. Say that again.
So it says here, this is AI, right? This is an AI search. Anyone can do it. Yeah.
What did you ask on AI?
Is the AH suffix a Hebrew suffix? Yeah.
AH suffix in names. I'm gonna do it right now.
Yes, do it right now, man. That's what I'm saying. Like we can dialogue in it, but I know what I'm talking about. I've researched this for years. I just don't come on your shows and the black on black debates. I'm not really interested in that. Yeah. So you never heard this before. You've never heard me before. This is the first time I've ever spoke to anyone from any type of.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what AI
what
says.
do you call it?
Stop. I'm going to share it on the screen what AI
I've
says.
got it here. I've got it here myself.
The AH suffix in names. The AH ending is found in many languages and traditions, not just Hebrew. In biblical Hebrew, many names end with AH often as a short form of Yah. For example, Jeremiah, Jeremiah, are a feminine ending in Hebrew. In Arabic, listen to this carefully now.
Yeah, Arabic have it.
Listen, you're not listening.
I know Arabic.
But you're not listening. I'm reading so the audience could learn. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Names like Allah, names like Salah, Mo Salah. I know.
When do you
Listen
shut
to
up?
me.
When do you shut up? Listen to the audience. I want the audience to hear what the AI says. Hear what the AI says. In Arabic and many African languages influenced by Arabic, names ending in AH or A are also extremely common. Fatima, Aisha, Amina. That means African languages. So the name Judah or Fuba is not necessarily a Hebrew name. So when it says Juba, you automatically think it's Hebrew. It's African. These are white people trying to understand African people by what they say. There's no name. We don't know what these people, their names really are. And these names could have been given to them. It don't have to necessarily be their cultural name or their background. You are now saying because it's AH is Hebrew. If you notice your search in the suffix search, you should have asked the AI, AH suffix in names are their Hebrew names, right? This is what I asked because I want to ask for the Hebrew name specifically. And the response says, in Arabic and many African languages influenced by Arabic, names ending in AH are also extremely common. Now watch this. Listen to this, family. That kills this entire argument. The slave names with AH suffix in the Caribbean and America with Handler and Jacoby, the Barbados study, found many names with AH ending, for example, Fiba, female for Friday from the Akan. Let me say that again. Juba, female for Monday from the Akan, Adowa. Kwaya, Kwasha, Atoba, etc. These are primarily Akan West African day names rendered into English spelling. So the AH ending here reflects African phonology, not Hebrew. Come on. A Hebrew name is like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Elijah, Sarah, Deborah. These names do end in AH in English transcription. They are Hebrew names. So what? And by the way, too, even if they do have AH and people are naming them, who is naming them? This is not rocket science. Sean, you want to say something, Sean, before I let him come back? Sean, you want to say something real quick? Or are you good?
Let him speak, bro. No. Okay, thank you, Sean. So Garfield, listen to what I'm saying. You just said these names are Hebrew names, right? Isaiah, Jeremiah. What other names did you say? You said, what names would you say are Hebrew names?
Do you
Isaiah, Jeremiah? What else did you say? Sorry, I missed it.
Do you want me to talk now? Because I'm going to take long.
No, I asked you just a simple question. You've mentioned some names, but I missed them. Would you say Equaniah is a Hebrew name and Emaniah? Would you say they're Hebrew names?
Equaniah? What is Equaniah? What's that?
I'm asking you, would you say they're Hebrew names?
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Would you say a name like Ishador is a Hebrew name? Would you say that? Do you know this? Do you know anything about Hebrew names or?
No, I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
No, I don't say you're stupid. I'm asking you, do you know? What about eyesight? What about name called eyesight?
Hold on 1 second. Let's not remove from here. I want to put something on the screen for the people to see. The word Juba, he's basically saying because of this AH right here, it's a Hebrew name. I'm saying to you,
the name Rachel. Rachel, is that a Hebrew name?
I don't want to talk over you while you're talking. So I'm
because you're not letting me talk. You ask a question, and as soon as I start to speak, you start talking.
I let you talk, and then you ask me a question, and I said to you, I don't want to talk because I might be long-winded.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. So why are you long-winded?
I'm trying to respect your time, but you're interrupting me while I'm talking. I'm saying to you, I'm gonna go back to something.
All right, listen, I'm gonna come off this, man, because I'm waiting patiently. Here, again.
I'm gonna come off this. I waited patiently.
I'm responding.
You're trying to debunk,
and
you're not trying to listen to what I'm saying. Your whole vibe is like a white man. You're trying to debunk. That's what white people do. When I speak to white people about this,
you're doing
they got
it
the same
again.
energy as you.
My brother,
You're trying to debunk. You're not trying to listen.
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
You are, brother. You are. You and your panel.
I'm not trying. There's nothing to debunk.
Not the brother Sean. The brother Sean.
My brother, there is nothing to debunk. You made
what do you mean there's nothing to
claim.
debunk?
You made a claim. Hold on. You made a claim, and you said that the names are Hebrew names. I'm saying to you, just because they have AH on
that's what I mean. You're trying to debunk.
I'm not debunking you. I'm just saying you have not proven your case.
Okay, so if you let me speak, I will prove my case because I have more. But because you heard that, you went into overdrive to debunk.
Floor is yours, brother.
You do, and that's what white people do.
Floor is yours, brother. Floor is yours.
Okay, right. So also, I have records of runaway slaves in Barbados, right? And they have Hebrew names. Rachel is a Hebrew name. Also, there's a.
I got a question.
No. Hold on, Sean. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have numerous Hebrew names on the same site that you said that you debunked the Yah names, right? Now, Yah names are Hebrew names. That's why your man Netanyahu changed his name from the Polish name to the Hebrew name Netanyahu. Yah in names is a Hebrew name. Everyone knows this, but okay, you've got a different idea. Ask Netanyahu why he changed his name to Yah name. Ask him that, the Polish man. Yeah. And that's our names, what we find on the slave ships. Our people are the only people with Yah in their names. The Polish man.
Hold on. Time out 1 second. Time out 1 second, Sean.
The Polish man changed his name to a Yah name.
Would you agree that the person with the name Rachel is not somebody that came off the slave ship, but is somebody who actually was on a plantation and ran away, and they probably got named by their slave master? Would you agree to that?
No, I wouldn't agree.
All right. So hold on.
Stop, I'm holding on. I'm holding on. Yeah, I wouldn't agree. Yeah.
Show me the Rachel and on the screen in the article. What page is Rachel on? I'm going to prove a point. Simple point.
That's a different. I think it's part of the same study. Yeah, I think it's part of the same study.
Yeah,
but
I want to tune into this study because you brought them.
Yeah, you can tune in, and then on your show you can bring it all up.
No, we're talking about it right now.
I know, but I'm saying to you,
Rachel ran away. And
yes, let me read it. I'll read it to you. Let me find it.
Where is it? Is it on this right here? Because here
I believe
right here. Here goes the Quaco that you're talking about was listed as Jack. It's right here. It says right here, low incidences of African names may reflect the refusal of plantation officials to use and record African names, or may result from my brother, don't interrupt me while I'm reading. You gotta be
speak. Go. Okay, I'm patient. Go and speak. Go and speak. You're right. Speak.
Relax.
Okay, speak.
You're right. Look at this right here. The top of the paragraph says the frequency of African names in our sample, right? Then later on in the same paragraph, further down, it says low incidences of African names may reflect the refusal of plantation officials to use and record African names, or may result from misunderstandings of African pronunciations. Plantation officials may have arbitrarily assumed an English sounding equivalent when, for example, Fibba was recorded as Phoebe, or Quaco was listed as Jack. Such misunderstandings or deliberate distortions may explain the slightly lower incidence of African names in the Barbados sample during the colony's earlier years. You know, earlier he said Quaco was a Jewish name, right? Remember he said that earlier, and right here.
No, who said that? I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about Quaco. I said,
why are you interrupting me?
No, because
you can talk when it's your turn.
You have to be truthful. I said AH names. I didn't say Quaco.
I know when an Israelite is on my show because they have no discipline.
No, Garfield.
There you go again.
Yeah, you can't lie against me. I said nothing about Quaco.
Why are you talking? It's like you want to own my channel right now.
No, I don't want to own anything. I said nothing about Quaco.
Quaco. Yeah? Let's get to Rachel. You said Rachel is here. Where's Rachel?
Right, I said Rachel. I didn't say Quaco. Okay. All right. So I said Rachel.
Where's Rachel?
Right. So it says here, yeah.
What page?
Now, this is I'll tell you who it is. Yeah. This is a man called Graham Jevon, yeah, Barbados. This is Endangered Archives, one of the Barbados newspaper advertisers seeking runaway slaves. Yeah?
Still came to a conclusion on how you are determining that these are.
Listen,
Yeah, go on, finish. Okay, so if
haven't yet provided the evidence to
I can't hear you,
substantiate,
I can't hear you well. You're breaking up a bit.
you haven't provided us evidence of the names, bro. These names being Hebrew.
Okay,
The
so let me show you
methodology.
something.
You
Okay,
haven't gave us the
okay,
methodology.
okay, so I can show you something. All right, you got in the book of Exodus 7 and 7, right?
No, that's
Moses.
not going to give me evidence.
No, brother. Listen, just let me finish. Let me finish, my brother. I'll show you something that's very clear. So it says, yeah, in the book of Exodus 17 and 7, yeah, and he called the name. This is Moses in the wilderness at Sinai, yeah. So he called the name of the place Massa, yeah, M-A-S-S-A-H, yeah. Now the word Massa is obviously a Hebrew name. It's in the Torah, Massa, right? Now, when you
Just
go
because
to
a name is somewhere
hold on,
does
let me
not
finish,
come
brother,
to the
my brother,
conclusion that that's what it
can I
is.
finish?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What language family is Hebrew a part of?
It's the Afro language.
No. I'm asking a question. What
I answered. It's the Afro language.
It's an Afro-Asiatic language.
Afro, yeah, Afro. What Afro means black.
No.
Afro means black. Afro
Afro
cheese,
is the Afro. Why it's
beats,
called Afro?
Everything Afro means black.
Hold on. No,
Yeah.
hold on 1 second.
What do you mean no?
Listen.
Afro don't mean black?
Stop for a second. The reason why it's called Afro-Asiatic, right? It's an Afro-Asiatic language. The only people in the Afro-Asiatic language family is the people in Ethiopia. That's the only people. Don't talk. Let me finish. In Western Central Africa, what language family are they a part of?
The people of the slave trade. I don't know about Western
Asking
Central.
you a question.
I know. All right. I don't know about Western.
We're talking about language families.
You want to answer the question for me, or do you want me to answer it?
I'm going
to answer it how I answer it.
What language family is Western Central African?
Right. I'm going to answer it how I answer it. Is that okay? Or do you want to answer it for me? Or do you want me to answer it?
We want the truth, not the way you want to answer it. We want the truth.
My brother, that's all I come here to speak. Anything I say is, I believe, is truth. Yeah, I'm not here to lie and deceive anyone. It's pointless.
Well,
I know
brother,
what you.
coming
I know
across
where
as a
you guys
wall
come
speaker,
from.
we're listening to what you're saying.
I'm sorry, brother Law.
It sounds
Anybody
crazy.
that says that what they say is their own truth, I don't need to debate them. That means they can't be changed. They're not going to listen to nothing I'm saying. It's a waste of time.
You're not listening either. Yeah. So
why don't you tell me the name of the language family? What is the language family? What is the language family? Go ahead.
All right, I will say that. Before I say that, can I just your man asked me a question and he asked me
no, answer my question about the linguistic family. This is important because
all right. So as I said to you, the language family, the Hebrew language family, comes from the Afro. It used to be called Afro-Hameto. It used to be called Afro-Hameto. They changed it. I don't know who changed it to Afro-Asiatic.
It used to be called Hamitic Semido. Hamitic Semido.
Right.
Afro-Asiatic.
Hamitic Semido. Afro-Hameto. Yeah.
No,
I have
it's called Afro-Asiatic. It was called
now it's called Afro-Asiatic. It's been changed.
It
used to be
Afro-Asiatic.
called Hamitic.
Okay.
Okay. So it's been changed. It used to be called Afro-Hameto. Yeah. But anyway, Afro, everything with the word Afro in it, as we know, we all use Afro combs. We all listen to Afro beats. We all
come on, man.
Hold on, Sean.
So you saying Afro doesn't mean black?
Let him finish.
Come on, Garfield.
I want it on record what he's saying. I definitely want it on record.
Hold on. So you saying that?
I'm gonna clip this.
Hold on. So you're saying that Afro doesn't mean black? Is that what you're saying?
Nobody never said that. We're asking you what is the language family name for the Western Central African languages. That's all. It's a simple question.
I don't listen, my brother. Okay, so I'm telling you, I don't study that. I study the people of the transatlantic slave trade, and I'm telling you that these people spoke Hebrew. Yeah. So I don't study that, so I couldn't answer that. Western Central African, I don't know. I don't know what they speak.
For the record, for anybody who wants to know, the Niger-Congo languages is entailing where Western Central African languages are, where they speak. It's called a Niger-Congo. When you have the Niger-Congo, it's not Afro-Asiatic. It's two different language families.
That's not true.
My brother, just be quiet.
That's not true.
This is not your turn to talk.
I know.
If you are confident in what you are, you would be quiet and say, I'm gonna make my point.
I'm more than confident.
You're not confident. You keep interrupting because you're speaking lies. You don't know
what lie did I speak? What lie did I speak?
You just said
Everything you came up here and said.
Hold on, Sean.
So Afro doesn't mean black.
Samuel.
That's a lie.
Let me take this off the screen, right? I'm gonna show you something on the screen real quick.
Afro doesn't mean black.
Just
That's a
to
lie.
help you to understand something.
People are crazy, man.
Hold
You people are like talking like white people, man.
Afro can't help you determine a language. The word Afro does not help you determine how you come to the conclusion that these names are hidden names. I asked you for the methodology and you refused to give me that, and you started.
No, I didn't refuse. Your man cut me off.
No, provide
I didn't
me
refuse.
evidence. I'm asking for evidence. I'm keeping it simple.
Hold on, Sean. Hold on, Sean.
Okay.
1 second, Sean. 1 second, guys.
Can I answer, Sean?
1 second. 1 second. I'm going to show you something on the screen.
Sean, I'll answer you in 1 second.
No, it's okay. Let me just show this on the screen real quickly. This is a map, a basic map from Wikipedia. Anybody could find it. This is the Afro-Asiatic languages. This is where they are. Berber, the Egyptian, the Cushitic, the Semitic. It's called Afro-Asiatic. The Asia.
Does Afro mean black?
All, bro, stop. Just shut the hell up while I'm talking, bro. You don't have to interrupt. Now, look at this now, family. I'm going to put in now. I'm going to put in Niger, Congo right now, where the West African languages are. So you see where the map is, right? Niger, Congo languages. I'm going to put it on the screen. This is for the people who watch the video and say, who hates Garfield, the people who hate me. I want them to see what I'm doing, how I'm fair. Niger, Congo languages. Here we go. Here is the map. These are the language. These are the people that speak a Niger, Congo language. This is the map. As you see, it's not in contact with where the Afro-Asiatic languages. So where the Afro means black, the Afro is because of the Africans, the part of the language family that's in Africa. That's why there's Afro, not necessarily black. Now, some Asiatic, my brother, relax. I got all day.
All right, I'm gonna go now. I can't be just here relaxing.
Now, the Asiatic, okay, fine.
Right,
you could be out.
Right. Yeah, bye.
No sense. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Afro-Asiatic families. Let me just put it on the screen so people could see the actual map. I didn't realize that the map changed. The thing changed. This is the Afro-Asiatic families. All the way down here, Swahili, the Bemba, the Congos, in Ghana, Yoruba, Akan people. They're part of what's called the Niger Congo family. This is not rocket science. Because it says Afro-Asiatic, he thinks it's black, so it means all black people. That's what he's trying to say, which is stupid. Anybody and their mama could know that. You can't talk to people who says they're right about everything. If he's right about everything, that means the scholars and everybody on stage is dumb as hell. He went to the slave names. I made sure I did the right thing. I made sure I went to his source because we want to see what the pseudos are claiming. Most of the names in the research, over 2,200 names, are not even people that are on slave ships. These are people that are named on slave plantations, most of them. Now, the AH at the end, family, it does have a Semitic thing to it. But remember, Arabs control a lot of the areas. 30% of the people that came to North America were Arabs. People that came to the English-speaking lands like Barbados and Jamaica were from Arabic spots, or where Arabs were, or where people spoke Arabic. So if people pronounce the name with the AH, it don't necessarily mean that the person is a Hebrew. I said it earlier in the show, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of influences on the African spiritual systems, like the Dogon, you have Arabic influence on the Dogon. It's not on purpose. It's because Islam was in the area, in the region, and people would take shit on and add it to their culture. That's what people do. Stories have no borders. So you're not going to hear one story in one area just because of that. There's no borders there to stop people from crossing over and telling the same story. Stories have no borders. So now this guy want to make these people that come off the slave ship with Hebrew names. I thought he was going to come with the Yah stuff. That's where I thought he was going. But we got to have common sense, family. We got to have common sense. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, you guys could go in.
Yo, Garfield.
Here comes another clown.
Well, I'll go on.
Another clown.
What you saying? Hello?
1 second. 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 1 Go ahead. You got
Can you hear
something?
me?
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to pull you on regarding what you said with the Akans not coming from Ghana, ancient Ghana. You said about, I remember not too long ago, you brought up some work on some archaeological work findings and some poems and whatever, and you're basically saying the Ghana migration story was a myth, it's all cap, and that how something about Sumenja and a lot of things you were saying, man. You're saying a lot, man.
You're trying to. By the way, I didn't say what you said earlier. By the way, that's correct. But I'll say this: you want to make the Akan Hebrews. You want to make them Jews and connect.
I didn't. No, wait, Garfield. I didn't.
Hold on. Let me finish. And by the way, you don't know all Akan stories. I don't know all.
I know all Akan stories.
You know all. You know hundreds. You know hundreds of oral tradition.
Bro, I've got over 9,000 proverbs.
Which one of them today Hebrew? Show me which one today Hebrew. Which one? Show me which one today Hebrew.
Before we go into the Hebrew topic,
no, which one said that?
You can't let me. You can't run.
No human being on earth can say they know all Akan stories.
Garfield, just cool, man. Just chill out.
Thousands of stories from the Akan.
Garfield, just let me breathe, big man. Just chill. Why
no,
you
it's my
pressured,
show.
man?
I could do what I want to do. What are you saying, Sean? What was you about to say?
Hey, Garfield, listen.
That man said he know all 9,000 stories.
Bro, I've got touching.
You just lied to us. No. Just say you have a source. Just say you have a source that contains.
I've got a book. I've got books. I've got books touching up to 10,000 proverbs. If I'm lying, God strike me down.
That's how spooky you are. You sound just like a Christian.
Yeah. So listen, but this is swaying from the topic. I want to talk about you saying that the Akans didn't come from an ancient Ghana.
Don't ask no questions.
No. Because Garfield made a great fallacy. He made a great fallacy, and I know what's going on now. I know what's going on. So he must get a correction.
Did the reckoning happen? Yes or no?
Garfield can hold a correction.
Did the reckoning happen? I'm asking you a question. Did the reckoning happen?
I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, Garfield.
No. No. Hold on. Before you get to Garfield, bro. I don't need you to know who I am. I'm asking you an honest question.
About what? Well,
did the reckoning happen?
Let's go.
Did the reckoning happen?
What's reckoning? What's that?
The reckoning. They said that a reckoning in rupture was about to happen a few days ago. Did it happen?
What reckoning? What rupture? What are you talking about?
Okay, so that is the equivalent of you saying, if God strike me down, the shit's not happening. Why are you saying that God strike me down?
Let's stick to the topic. I came with something.
No, you can't. I'm not letting you make your searching.
Listen. Sean, please, relax, bro. Listen, I know you may find me annoying. I know no one.
I ain't said you're annoying.
Like, please. Like, let me chat to the man, the master, the Garfield. You know what I mean? Because
the man, the master,
correct himself. I need him to correct himself. So cool, Garfield. You said that Akans did not come from ancient Ghana, Wagadu, correct? You said that our origin, everything is just we've never migrated. I mean, we never migrated into Ghana. We was just there, correct?
You know what? Why don't you play the tape when I said that?
You brought up a guy called Jamfi. No, I've got the recording on my phone.
I'm gonna deny it. So you bring the evidence that I said it, and then we go from there.
Okay, so let me try and it's Jamfi something. It's to do with the archaeological finding of the poem and Amawiya was being mentioned. You know what I'm talking about, Garfield?
What does that have to do with what I said, though? That ain't got nothing to do
with it has to do with what you said is because there's another version of that poem.
Right? This is what you do, and this is why it's so difficult to have a conversation with you.
Of course.
Come back and there you go, interrupt me while I'm talking.
I'm listening. Now,
where is the evidence that Garfield said this? We need the material evidence. We need the quote when Garfield is saying this. We need
Garfield. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm
gonna need the quote where Garfield said that. Bring the quote, come and then we have the conversation. How about that?
Some of the videos we've had, you've removed. The very first convo I had with you, that video's gone. And then you done the 22 scholars thing. and then
Man,
you
these
proper
dudes are
switched it up.
taking us
Yeah, I
all over the
remember.
place, man. We
It's not
can't even
all
get
over
to
the
the
place.
how they,
This has been an ongoing topic.
I'm trying to
bro.
figure out. This is what I talk about. I talk about Black Hebrew Israelites and claims and Africans.
Wow.
And I talk about the Akan. I talk about a lot of things. But what I want to know is, what is the Akan Jewish connection?
Okay, so you see the archaeological works that I was me, you, and Ra born on the panel. That source you tried to bring, and you asked me, have I read it before? And you said, have you read it before, you tough man? And that you get me, you kind of feeling pressured, but there was a source you brought up. I've actually read it, I've gone through it, and I know they're trying to connect poems with the archaeological finding and the things in the cave and whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. What you need to understand is you are talking about Guan history. This is purely the Guan's history. That's not Akan history. Our archaeological finding, they found a sun disk in Senegal. This same sun disk is the same sun disk you see that the servants of the king of the Ashanti and any Akan tribe wears. It's called the soul washing disk. They found it in Senegal. There's no other West African country you can tell me right now that's got a sun disk just like the Akans and just like that finding they found. It's called a
There's
Rayo.
similarities throughout cultures and all throughout West Africa.
No,
But
don't say, oh, bro, you don't know my peoples. Please. Rayo Pactoral, I'm talking to Garfield right now, please. Rayo Pactoral is an item they found in Senegal, which is literally
what is your argument? What is your argument?
My argument is that Garfield tried to disconnect that history.
If you
He tried to disconnect the history. He tried to say that the Akans that
I asked you a question. What is your argument? What is he disconnecting? What?
He tried to say the Akans did not come from ancient Ghana. That is my argument.
When did Garfield say that?
You tried to say we didn't, when you have no connection to the Soninke and all of that. You're from a hurtful. I'm gonna go through your video.
When did Garfield say that? This is what I'm trying to figure out. When did I? So why don't I admit to it right now then? If I said it,
Garfield, this never come from thin air from
you
me.
are
So I wouldn't have this energy
First of
towards
all,
you
you're
like
not
this.
trustworthy because you say you know all the Akan oral traditions, and you're
You don't know.
Bro, I've been praised by many. You're not around the Akan community. I am. I've been praised by the greatest, bro.
You need to listen.
No, you ain't by no greatest, bro. You can't make that assertion. Where you at?
Fact.
You just said pray. Yo, kick this nigga off the panel. This motherfucker
community.
just said he been praised by the greatest. Bro, we don't know who the fuck you is. How the fuck is you saying run around? You been praised by the greatest. You have no work, bro.
You see, this is the problem, right? And the reason why I asked him if you know all the Akan, he said, I know all of them. And this is how you catch these people in their lives. There are thousands of hundreds and thousands of stories of oral tradition. The issue that we have, and I'm putting Sean in the mix and everybody else, is that we don't find them saying in these oral traditions, we haven't found one, at least yet, where they're saying they come from Israel before colonialism. That's the issue.
Is he a Hebrew? He claimed he's from Israel?
He claimed they from Israel and all that bullshit.
Right. So if he's a Akan and he's of the Akan and he says all of these things, then why would he make that assertion and then go to a sun disk? Bro, if you don't go look at the cultural arts and crafts of the people in that area, they have all of this stuff, different stuff, way before they even encounter a Jew. So why would you even attest to that? That's like the dumbest argument to make. Now you're taking the legitimacy of a people and their creativity and you're dumbing it down to they couldn't have done this or they couldn't have done that. Like, for real, are we being serious right now?
Garfield said that the Akan has nothing to do with the Soninke. I think this dude has lost his goddamn mind and it's crazy. But my whole contention is this. I just want him to provide an oral tradition, a pre-colonial tradition of the Akan documenting saying they come from Israel. That's all I want. That's all I want. When it comes to the Akan, that's all I've been asking for. Just bring that to me and we could have
can't do that. But you and I both know that he can't do that. So the whole time he's fussing at you about the whole thing about the Akan to argue for a Hebrew presence.
That's his whole thing since he's been on the channel.
These motherfuckers are crazy, bro. Are you not? Are they not paying attention? You are Muslim. You've been Muslim, and you're still Muslim. Like this vicinity or this faction of this converted Jew in West Africa, more specifically speaking on the subject matter of the Akan, is small and minute, and they're all converts, which means that they were something way before they were ever Jews. So why are we making an assertion and we're concluding that these people were from Israel? How, if they've been in the areas? Ladies and gentlemen, there's archaeological evidence, there's genetic evidence, there's cultural evidence, the ethno-linguistic evidence. There's all of these different fields of science that substantiate this thing that don't support any of them being Jews. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's mental
and to assert that is
It's mental illness. Believe in make believe, bro.
Yeah, a lot of things is mental illness. Hi, Brother Law.
And we had the last guy, he came on, he was foolish. And he talking all that yin yang. Like, bro, I ain't trying to hear all that. Like, bro, get to the business. Like, how did you come to the conclusion that these names were this? So now you're saying other people that's using these. Man, come on, man, it's fabricated as shit.
It's just when you want to believe something, you make things. You know, so you just come to those assumptions. It's not out, because I was gonna say, but I mean, you guys already touched on it. There's plenty names that end in the same that same pronunciation of the ah. Now, was he trying to say the ya, or was he saying all odd names that end like that? Because it's just spelling. My name, I can throw an H on the end of it, and then what? I become a Hebrew? No, I'm not Hebrew. I'm not Hebrew just because my name ends with that same pronunciation.
Right. You can look at my name, and my name is Hebrew, and I'm, you know.
Yeah. Like there's plenty Igbo names with the same ending of ah at the end, and you just if you come to America and you just want to throw an H on the end, no, that don't mean you Hebrew. I mean, people make it that it's impossible for certain words and names to have
Nah, bro, you wrong, bro. Anytime we see YA or AH, bro, it's Hebrew. That's basically what he said. That's basically what he said.
Hey, for those who don't know, not to change the subject, when it comes to the Akan, right? You're talking about what we call clan-based traditions, state traditions, lineage and family traditions, special-oriented oral traditions, migration and origin traditions, narratives. And what happened is, family, these are all separate and they have their myth within those. So when you talk about the state and the kingdom, you're talking about each Akan state. You're talking about the Asante, the Fanti, the Denkira, the Akim, the Akupen, the Bono, the Wasa, etc. So you're telling me you know all those traditions, preserving founding myth, the wars, the treaties, the successions, the lineage and family traditions within the clans, each extended lineage, the Abusoa, and Stool family preserved its own oral genealogy and inheritance claims, and you know all of that? I don't listen to these guys, man. I just laugh at them. I've been studying Akan for like 15 years, and I still haven't budged yet.
He just said that in the heat of argument, in the heat of emotion. That was emotion.
It's crazy. There's no way nobody knows. Sean can call Panther now. He could call all the Massey, and we have a conversation right now. You're going to be like, we stuck at 8. We stuck at 8.
We ain't coming to all that.
It's crazy.
It's funny.
But with all that knowledge and transformation, they're Israelites though. They're Hebrews. They are probably the only West African group that has a 7-day week though. That's unique to the Akan. I gotta say that. That's one thing that's unique to them. Africans will have 4-day week, 5-day week, but they won't have a 7. They don't normally have a 7-day week, which is why the Igbos have a 4-day week. And you could tell by the naming of the names, you could tell they have a 4-day week, and sometimes they double it up to 8 for certain situations. But The Igbo has a 4-day week. Am I right, Obi?
Yeah, you're right. It's 4-day. 4-day. It's for the market days.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, people just stop trying to let the Hebrews and those Jewish people let them have their their identity and their culture. You don't have to attach yourself to it and come up with these little secret back way gates and trying to connect the. Who cares how they wrote the name on that whatever he's talking about, that ledger of that's what you were saying. That's just how they're that's how they wrote it down. That doesn't mean I'm sure those slaves were not speaking Hebrew. They have documented that Igbos came to America. They were not speaking Hebrew. They were not speaking Hebrew. You know that Igbo landing in Georgia? They weren't speaking Hebrew.
And listen, Penny told y'all a long time ago, true story in the chat. It told y'all a long time ago that when they were picking up particular people along those coastlines, they did that for specific reasons, more in part for what type of job they wanted them to do. And then when it came to a certain group of people, they knew that these people were more so ready to rebel and do certain things. So even when you bring up the Igbo and all of those things, you start having problems with every single other group of people and these revolts and things of that nature. What we have to do is we can't let a narrative be created by people who have no evidence. And then when they provide you with the information, like the bro did saying these names was Hebrew names, how did you come to the conclusion and the author is sitting here telling you that all these people were African on these ships? And then these names.
Look at this. Akan is a Hebrew word. Now look at this crazy guy right here. Look at this. Look at this crazy guy. Akan, an Israelite.
Garfield, guys, okay, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, my brother.
First and foremost, peace and blessings to you, all your brothers as well as the sisters on the panel and your family.
You too.
Peace,
brother. Say it again, brother La. I didn't hear you.
I said first and foremost, before I didn't say anything, I was going to say peace and blessings to you all as well as your family.
No
the
doubt.
Brother Akan, the brother that was just speaking, did he jump off or you have him in the back chat?
He in the back chat.
Can you put him up on the screen real quick so I could just ask him a question?
Akan, you up? We here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Oh, he a Muslim too on top of it. Well, go ahead.
The question that I have for you, Aki, is this. With that being the case, and known as you said, you are more skilled or more conversant about the Akan, correct?
Yeah.
With that being the case, and you're stating that for the most part,
more than Garfield.
Excuse me?
More than Garfield, to what I know.
That doesn't matter. Mentioning Garfield at this point, where me and you holding a dialogue, Aki, shows a sign of weakness.
Sir.
It shows a sign of weakness, Aki.
No, don't worry. Carry on.
With that being the case, Aki, if that being the case amongst tribes, and you said that you were amongst those tribes and you have learned from them, so if me and you have a dialogue on Wolof right now, you would understand what I'm saying to you?
Can you? When did I say I learned? I've spoken to all of them. I said I'm drenched in the culture. I know it all. I do know a lot.
You know it all.
There
you go again. There you go again. There you go again. I know it all. You're crazy.
I know a lot though. I'm not gonna brag.
You might know something.
Not brag.
You just said you know it all. That's crazy.
Fam, between me and you, I know it all. Between me and you, I definitely
between me and me, the gay crush.
My main purpose for jumping on Aki, and I'm going to address you as Aki because I perceive you as being a part of the Ummah, brother. The reason why I'm asking you these questions is because empathy and humility is spoken about and is taught in the Deen of Islam as you being a Muslim. To sit here and tell the master people that you know everything is arrogance.
Okay, cool. Jahil, yeah, go on. Okay, Naam. Okay, so what's your point? I want to know, where are you trying to land?
What I asked you was for oral traditions that were practiced amongst tribes.
Yes.
The bulk of the languages was used as what? Wolof, correct?
No, because we come from the Soninke / Songhai stock. Wolof is a whole different people.
What's the language of Wolof used? You were speaking about the sun, which it did come derived from synagogue. I concur with you on that statement. But the language also that was used was Wolof. That's something that Sean had brought into the attention as well.
The Sundisk I was talking about that they found in synagogue, that's literally connected to my people. They found it in a slave's grave. Or, I mean, servant or slave's grave. And that's literally the usage of the Sundisk in the Akan culture. Like it's to wash the king's soul.
So with that being the case, Aki, what I'm saying is that's a direct lineage. That's a line that can be drawn between there and synagogue, and the actual language of Senegalese people is what? Wolof.
But I'm on about the Soninke. I'm on about the Soninke. I'm not talking. If you're onto the word Senegal as a country, no, I'm not talking about Senegal. I'm talking about Soninke and Senegambia and Niger. Like anyone that's from that stock of people, they know what I'm talking about.
But the language still Aki is Wolof.
I don't know about what I'm telling you. I don't know about this Wolof. I'm talking about Soninke specifically.
So you don't know everything.
Another thing in my mouth. I never said anything. I never said Wolof or never once. So
that's the language.
That's if you're talking about Jahil Akhi or ignorance, or I don't know what you're trying to do, but we're Muslim, innit? Just remember that. So please don't another honor to another Muslim. That's very important. So don't come and you know what I mean. I don't know what you're trying to do.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not going to ever disrespect you or insult you, Aki. What I'm speaking about is oral tradition. That's a big part. And for the basis of all
borrowed. I hear you, but we've actually got clan names and tools and items that connects us to royal people in the ancient Ghana Empire. Names of certain kings and a lot of things I can go into. There's the Ashanti king right now. He has his speaker, Kantan Krache. That name, if I start going deep into that, is like Garfield's definitely gonna have to say sorry. But I have to go pull up the video where he tried to disconnect my people. So don't worry, I'm gonna do that. And then
Inshallah. Inshallah.
I'm waiting for a Jewish connection to the Akan. The Akan saying that.
There is none. There is none.
Oh no, but if you go to the palace of the Akwamu king, couple kings, they actually narrate this, and the Ashanti king. This is one of the first topics I came on.
Since when? Since when?
What's his name? Ajiman Prempeh II. He's
Yeah,
like one of the first. One of our first convos topic.
Very familiar with that. But the point is, you were saying that they were Jews. You've been saying that ever since you come on my channel.
I never said you. I
want you to prove. No, you said that you have all the oral tradition and you could prove that story before Prempeh. It was said before Prempeh, of course. I know that for a fact. But the issue is, you show me before colonialism that these Akan people, because you claim to have all the information. So show me right now, what document can I go to show that these people said they were Jews before colonialism?
Boy, man, I'm just gonna have to leave it there, innit? If you want to kick me off, it's up to you, man. Because I know what you want, innit? You just
I'm asking a simple
I don't think
question.
some information is a bit sacred,
do you have any information with the Akan saying that they are Jews, Israelites, or Hebrews before colonialism? It's
not the wordplay Jews and Hebrews. I wouldn't use that wordplay. Them lingos I wouldn't use, but the people, yeah, there is information to verify that still in our stories, in our surnames.
Hold on, verify what? Hold on.
Are you making the assertion or do you have the evidence?
Bro, the kings, I'm going by the general narrative regarding the Akan people is either we came from Egypt or Israel. This is
when
like
when was that introduced? Look, I'm gonna murder you right now. When was that introduced to the culture? When was it introduced?
Boy, Garfield is probably introduced.
And by the way, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm gonna cut you off. If you notice, I said this earlier, right? You can't find. I usually use 1492, but before folks started coming into the Akan region, the colonialism started to impact the culture. You don't find nobody saying that. Nobody's saying that on the record.
So Garfield,
It's when white folks, to be plain and simple, is when Christians and traders started coming in. That's when you started seeing the stories change with their Akan.
Cool. So Garfield, you
so
see
again, hold on. Before, let's say 1490, I'm gonna use 1492 as a timeline. Before 1492, is the Akan saying that they're from Jews, they're from Egypt.
Boom. Around 1492 or around that year roughly, we have or just before, we have the worship of the god Tano. Are you familiar with Tano? Are you familiar with his worship and his what he's about?
Who's worshiping him?
Can somebody turn off their thing?
How do you spell Tano?
Somebody's got him playing something in the background. Can't hear you.
How you spell Tano?
T-A-N-O.
T-A-N-O. Tano.
A-K-O-R-A.
A-K, what's that again?
Tano. Space. A-K-O-R-A.
O-R-A?
Yes.
Put it on the screen, Garfield.
Put on the screen as well. Yep.
Tano, hold on, I'll put it on the screen. Tano
Akora. It means old man, by the way. That's a
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Song, guys.
How do you spell it?
Going back to the Kings, but
how do you spell it? How do you spell it?
A-K. Tano, yeah. Space. A-K. O-R-A. I thought you've learned 15 years, you know. This is after Nyame. This is like the biggest deity you're gonna find after Nyame. So if you've learned Akan tradition 15 years, should be like familiar with this one. Yeah.
So you're saying that this God is connected.
Could you put it on the screen if possible?
No, I'm not turning my screen on yet. But I'm asking you because I didn't Google it yet. I was gonna Google it. But I'm asking you, what are you saying though with this?
So his story we find.
He said 1490s. What happened?
His story. Cool. So basically, I need to go to my source. Basically, there's a priestess who we can trace back to the 1400s, who was the priestess of Tano. So the Tano worship, we can date it now. So boom. It's funny you said 1400s because that's where we're dating it back to.
That has nothing to do with what we're discussing.
Please,
and that's why I asked you, Garfield, to put it up on the screen. You don't have to wait, Garfield. You can pull it up on the screen.
Beloved. I'm talking
Garfield. You can pull it up.
Hey, bro, I'm not chatting to you. You're talking shadow boxing right now.
You can pull it up on the screen and see what he is referring to, and it ain't gonna connect them to no Hebrews or none of this other craziness that he's referring to. So that's why I asked you to do that, Garfield. I couldn't wait for him to give you a name. That's why I said have him spell it.
Nah, he's got a point for that one. Can you put it on the screen, Garfield? Because he's talking. I don't know why he's onto me. I don't know, but if possible, can you put it on the screen, Garfield? What I'm gonna say sounds a bit too much.
Okay, go ahead.
To see. It's funny how you're on Wikipedia as well. It's like LOL, but okay, let's go. Cool. Go to myths and stories. Like the worship, shrines, prayers. No, that's all baby food. Yeah, we all know that. Go down. Myths. Yeah, keep going. Yep, go down. Scroll down. There's hella stories. He's got hella. Yep. Back. Stop there. What? Oh, perfect. When see this too. I'm educating you lot, by the way, if you lot don't know about this. So it's a bit of information here. Cool. Takora, innit? That's his name. And his title is Tano. So let's read together. Rival with death. Let's read this one. I really wanted to go with the divisions of land. But yeah. The divisions of land is a bit more precise because we can generally.
Come on, bro. Come on. Read it. We want to hear Hebrew come up out of this. Go ahead.
Okay, what? Takora's rivalry with death. Can you start with the divisions of land first, then rivalry with death?
Why are we going backwards? It don't even matter which way you want to try to go.
It's not backwards because it's in line. It's literally in line.
Okay.
Prove it.
So can we read the divisions of lands first? Cool. Stop. Up. There we go. Cool. Asante's version. There's many versions, by the way.
And for the record, this is a mythological story, so no one get lost in translation.
Oh yeah,
Continue.
definitely it's a mythology. It didn't happen. No. This is going from somewhere else. You get me? But let's go. When let's go. When Niame's sons had come of age, I know why Garfield laughed. Niame decided to divide up the lands between his sons, Takora and Bia. It is well known that Niame had always liked Bia best, as Bia had always been more obedient than Takora, and thus he planned to give the most fertile and well-wooded lands. We need to stop here because there's a teaching within it. Cool. Garfield, you see, in ancient Ghana, the Ghana Empire, it's been documented that they divided the lands, correct? One for the towns of the merchants and one for
We don't
royals, correct?
Get to the point. Don't steer us left to right.
All right,
Keep us straight down the middle.
It's a bit of an educate because I know you lot don't know, so it's good to learn. Like it's a big topic here. But cool, let me carry on.
Don't say what we don't know because you don't know what we do know.
Let me carry on reading, sir. Which is the it's on the screen, man. What the hell? I can't be bothered, man. It looks too far. My vision's a bit blurry. Hold on. Where was we? Which is the land present day Ghana. Bro, let me fast forward it. Okay, cool. So boom. Nami was gonna give. He had two sons, Tano and Bia. Now he liked Bia more. Yeah. So he's gonna bless Bia with the fertile soil land and with all the shade and not the barren land. The barren land he's gonna give to Tano. So what's happened is now there's a goat. The messenger's gone and told Tano, listen, yo, your dad is about to bless your brother. So disguise yourself as him and go and get the blessing, which he's gone and done and ended up having the fertile land. There's different versions of the stories, different names. My point is that this story we can find in at least 3 to 4 locations, separate people in West Africa. So it's not like a common theme.
No, man, read the source. Read the source, please.
Bro, the source is on the screen.
God damn. No, I don't need no. We didn't ask you for that. We asked you to read. We asked you to read it.
The source is there. At least I've given the info.
No, you made a claim. We want you to prove it using the source.
Bro, I'm summarizing it. I can't be bothered.
No, you can't do that because you're going to do something.
No, sir.
Yes,
sir. Right? Just for the record, this is actually documented in what's his name tradition, R.S. Rattray, right? But the thing is about
in Proverbs,
religion and art in Ashanti, right? But listen,
go on.
The people who try to make this, and this is why talking to you is
Garfield. Why did Rattray talk about it?
Shut up while I'm talking. We were giving you the mic so you could talk. Now I'm talking, and Sean, you want to talk? That makes absolutely no sense. So what I'm gonna do is let me put you in the bottom until I'm done talking, because you're gonna interrupt. This is what happened is this. If you have the truth and you're right, you don't need approval or recognition from me or Sean or anybody on my panel. You got the truth. I know all the oral traditions. So I said to you, can you show me early on an oral tradition or something written down where they're saying that they come from Israel or they come from Egypt? You said, oh, good. Thanks for bringing up the 1400s. No, this tradition of this being connected is something in the 20th century. People started want to connect it to a story in the Bible. That's where you want to go, but you can't go there because you don't know how to make sense out of it. Because why are you going to connect with the Bible? Because of course, the God is a monotheistic God, and he's doing his own thing. It's not Enyame and got Abo sons and all that stuff, because Tano is one of the many children of Enyame. So you want to tie this to the Bible. Me and Sean is eagerly waiting for the connection, because you said, let's read the 2 versions of the myth. Remember, you scroll from up top. You said, oh, let me get to here. Let's forget about the rivalry with the dead. Let's get to the division of the lands. You haven't made one point yet to connect Judaism, Hebrew Israelism, any form of isms that's connected to the East. All you're talking is, oh, I know every story. I know my culture. Yeah, you know your culture. We're asking you for a source. You say, oh, it's a good thing you mentioned the 1400s. So why don't you bring out that source from the 1400s? You see, all of this is just talk, and I want to pump my chest. I know this, I know that, I know this. You don't know a damn thing. You're just stupid. That's how I look at it. You're just being stupid. Go ahead, Sean. Stupid.
Nah, I want him to read it so we can get that date.
This shit is ridiculous, yo. What's up, Michael?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
I'm good. What's popping? What's on your mind?
Dude, I'm telling you, did you hear about the church? What the church? Detroit? Michigan?
What happened to the church? In Michigan? I haven't heard of anything. I haven't heard anything at all.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, it's these fucking Jews, bro. We need to get these fucking Jews out of America. Get them out. They're spreading the fucking their devil. They're spreading the devil. They're bringing the devil into America.
You talking about the black people?
Get them out.
You talking about the real
Get
black
these
Jews?
trainees.
You talking about the real black Jews? Oh, damn. If I'm getting trolled, I must be popular. I ain't got no views like that. How am I popular like that? I got trolls like that. Jesus.
No, Garfield.
Akane, the only thing I want to hear is the connection that you was talking about earlier, bro. If it's not that, I don't care about nothing you got to say.
Of course, cool.
So the stuff is on the screen. Can you finish reading it and break it down, please? Because you have all the
now I've got my primaries out holding it now, but that's summarized. That's I can't see right now the screen.
Do I need to take this off the screen?
I can't see it on the screen right now.
Do I need to take Tano off the screen? That's all I need to know. Tano off the screen?
If you could type in Kobina Ayensu, if you can go on Google.
Damn, that was a good route. Ooh,
Kobina space IY.
Hold on. I'm gonna type it in right now. Hold on, let me go.
Same story, but more detailed and land and what you're looking for, right?
What's the name of the story? How you spell it?
No.
We're dealing with Tano right now. We're not dealing with no other story.
It's him. It's technically
hold on. No.
Because the Rattery version talks of Bia, not Tano.
Akane.
Being the one stealing blessings.
Absolutely no sense. You Akan, but you Muslim, which is just crazy in the first.
The triangle thing you see the kings have is a Muslim.
But I'm trying to figure out what is Tano has to do with the Bible. You were supposed to prove that. I'm not going
because he steals his blessings from his brother, and he has a contest with death. Two themes we see that happens with Jacob. But what's very interesting is that we can find this amongst people who didn't have a Bible in ancient times, like in the Greeks.
So this story come from the Bible. That's what you're saying?
No, it didn't. It didn't come from that way. I know what way it came from, but it didn't come from.
So you're saying it came
Bible.
from the Akan to the Jews then?
Beg your pardon?
It came from the Akan to the Jews. What are you saying? You're not making any
story
sense.
What I'm saying is, if you can't see the theme, because this story dates to the 1400s because of the priest, her name in it, into detail in her name. But there's a priest
I've heard
it gotta be one or the other though. What connection?
I've heard enough of this dude for the rest of my life. Don't come back on my channel. You're dumb as fuck. Dumb. You have no sense. You are claiming Islam with my brother, my big bro, La. Then you're defending Akan, but you're saying that the Bible story, you're saying that they come from the Bible story. Then now you're saying, oh, I know how they got it. So you know all the information. You don't need to come on my channel. You have graduated from the class. You are too smart for me. You make absolutely no sense.
He didn't want to say it because he was just making he didn't have no point to make with that. He just bringing up like random stuff. He had no point. It was no connection because when you asked, you could have said yes. It either came from the Bible or it came from the Akan. And then you just say, oh, I know where it came from. So that just means you don't really have no point you're trying to make.
We don't know. We don't know anything. All we got to
You
do
know
is
why he brought that up. Yeah, don't act like y'all don't know why he brought that up. He brought that shit up to confuse every goddamn body and think that he was talking about something. But as soon as he gave you a name, as soon as he gave you a name, it was over. The conversation was there as soon as he said this name, and then we're dealing with a mythological story that doesn't even date to when he needed it to date or provide evidence that he needed to substantiate his position, which means that he doesn't know everything about the Akan, because he would have took us directly to a source or a something that we could have looked at, reviewed it, and then been like, so we wonder where we got this story from, and then we'll find out who the author is of that and the date it. I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all look at the date of what he was talking about, it makes absolutely no sense. No suspicion.
Because that was y'all's original question. Is there anything that did he have anything that predates? And that's what he acted like he was gonna do, but he looked like he was just fishing and trying to have Garfield give fish for some that wasn't there.
1821, the first Egyptian link, external, not from Akan Griot. The English traveler T.E. Bowditch published an essay arguing by a variety of curious evidence that African peoples, including the Ashanti, shared customs with ancient Egypt. He was proposing a historical connection, not reporting an Akan oral claim. So Joseph Williams, who wrote the book in 1831 or whatever, 1931, is the guy that he talked about, Prempeh. Prempeh got his information from Hebrewisms of West Africa. Tudor Parfit actually wrote about this. And everybody said, oh, the white man, we can't listen to him. But he was actually 100% on point. Israel framing was with the Jesuit anthropologist Joseph J. Williams published Hebrewisms of West Africa, comparing Ashanti institutions and customs with those of the Hebrews and arguing for deep similarities. Again, this is an outsider thesis. It helps seed Israelite origin narratives in Anglophone discourse. In the 1950s, Egypt thesis got popularized by Mayoritz. Remember he brought Mayoritz on here? Divine kingship in Ghana and ancient Egypt, asserting close structural parallelistic ties between Akan religion, kingship, and ancient Egypt. These works strongly influenced later Ghanaian popular and nationalist histories. Late 20th century, diffusion into popular claims with Mayoritz Egypt parallels and Williams-style Hebrewisms in circulation. Popular Akan Egypt and Akan Israel claims became far more common in Afrocentric and Hebrew Israelite movements, blogs, and talks. Scholarly synthesis note these as modern reinterpretations rather than old widespread Akan oral motifs. The earliest dated Egypt association in print is Bowditch, 1821, a European comparative argument, not an Akan oral origin story. The Israelite claims come from Joseph Williams, and it spread from there. But if you go to the actual oral traditions being documented, you don't see none of them. You don't see none of them saying they come from Egypt. Nobody's saying that. Not that they document every one of them, but we know where the root of the storyline come from when Akiman or Tekiman or whatever the guy's name is, he starts saying that they come from Egypt and Israel and all that bullshit. Get out of here, man. Shame on you. Just want to claim Akan. Give it up. Leave Akan alone.
Thank you.
I mean, they keep saying these things, and then we still can't even get to Hebrew and among the people because we don't even know nothing. We don't know nothing based on them. Remember, he told us he know all, and we know nothing, and he was pissed off at you. So he got a personal vendetta towards you because you be talking about the Hebrews, and he mad at you. So he came on here and gave you a mythological person who's the son of, and this is the funny part, the son of the whole shit, Inyame, which is pivotal. Once you become the son of Inyame, you're not in West Africa. You're birthed later. You're coming from the loins of something that predates you. That's what I mean. It's all a game. Like none of this stuff that the cultural ties of Hebrew. This is the beauty of it all, y'all.
is that when you study these people's culture, you get answers. And then when you get the answers to these people's culture, if you don't see that in a early pre-colonialist or pre-Islamic state, then when did it arrive? It had to come later. So once we've identified that we know what the culture is and that we can see it materialize, we ain't got to have all these conversations with people like Christianity in West Africa.
Can I ask y'all something from a biblical standpoint? Are any African nations even considered Semitic?
Ethiopia.
Okay, yeah, Ethiopia. Okay,
They gotta have Ethiopia, bro. No matter what, they gotta have Ethiopia.
Okay, Ethiopia.
Where the Hamites are.
Okay, so every one of these, like, you know, and it's a small percentage of people that are from African nations that claim that they have this Hebrew lineage. From a biblical standpoint, they would be considered Hamitic, right?
No, well, that's kind of weird because that'd be fulfilling the Hamitic hypothesis by calling all Africans Hamites.
Well, I'm just talking biblical.
Because remember, West Africa is not in the Bible. East parts of East Africa is not in the Bible. South Africa is not in the Bible. Central Africa is not in the Bible. So we are the unknown. So this is why when the colonialists are white folks who are Bible believers, are missionaries, wherever they go, they would identify the people as the lost tribes of Israel, because they're saying that you come from, they deal with a monogenesis point of view. So everybody come from Adam and Eve.
No, you're right. Because I've even heard I've seen some people try to quote one scripture where they say the daughters of I think of Jacob or whatever across the river. So they're trying to say that that's West Africa, saying that Israel has migrated into West Africa, but that stuff is not really documented. I mean, it's just, I'm just trying to see from a biblical standpoint. But I guess if the Bible is really only talking about, you know, one region, it's not talking about the whole continent. So
Peep this, bro. Peep this. Let's just say this. There were Jews on the outskirts of West Africa, as low as Mauritania, as north as Senegal in the Futo area. So if we're going to say that, and these Jews were instrumental in trade and making money in these regions, and then you're supposed to be these Jews, why the hell are you broke?
Yo, let me get out of here, man. We've been on for 4.5 hours. So, hey, peace and love, family. Thank you, guys. Hey, Sean, I appreciate that. I'm sure we're going to hear some more stuff. People saying that Leandre and the crazy people. You see,
he said that he's going to respond to the video. I'm like, what is it to respond to when you don't have a primary source?
I mean, what do you respond? What are they going to say? The guy said it. So, okay, we have people who said that they were infidels and whatever. Christians are called people of the book, even in the Quran. So we know they're people of the book and they're given a certain amount of respect. So what's the problem?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. He's not going to be able to prove it because we don't see anyone documenting people of the book.
Give us the material. My email is askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. Show us the material culture, the material evidence. They can't do it. But I'm going to watch that video, that West African video. And people got to realize these Arabic sources is very troubling, man. Even when they mention the whole Jew stuff, because we have people who are documenting in the same era, because Lam is supposed to be, I think, Malal and Da. They're saying that those people were Jewish. There was a Jewish kingdom there. I mean, that's craziness too. All of it is craziness, man. I'm not believing none of that crap. None of that. Get out of here. They got to know how to vet a source. You can't, if it says that the devil was there, they wouldn't be researching it so much because it says Christian, because they're fighting that Christianity is the white man religion. Now, bear in mind, when missionaries went there from the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, some of those people were familiar with Christianity. Nobody's doubting that. Some were. We're not going to say nobody was. Nobody's talking in absolutes. What we're saying is that it's the same religious people, the Roman Catholic people who sent missionaries. It's the same Christianity that was taught here when you got here. So it's not like you're saying, oh, we was following a black Christianity with the Nubians. And all the difference y'all had with them is that they look at Jesus in one nature and y'all say he got two natures. So y'all didn't even believe the same thing, anything about Jesus. So why do you want to claim that Christianity and not the one that you stem from, which is Roman Catholicism and the Trinity and all that craziness? That's where I would catch them.
Yep.
Oh, you
just show me the culture, bro. Just show me the culture. Show me the Christian culture in West Africa, pre-colonialism.
Facts. Run to Congo, and Congo thought they thought Christianity started in Congo with them. By the time they remixed that shit.
Exactly. Knowing that Alfonso was the key to all of that.
Jesus and the disciples came from Congo. They switched up the whole of Christianity.
And then they went outside and waited on the reckoning or the rupture to happen. The reckoning or the rupture didn't happen. I like, look at my people just looking stupid.
I forgot to talk. Hey, Robbie, thanks for that, man. Eric Adams needs to get out. He's the worst. I don't care how black he wants to be. He's the worst mayor ever, yo. Worst mayor ever. Everybody in his thing got locked up for corruption. The most corrupted mayor in the history of the world. He's worse than Kilpatrick from Detroit. I'm surprised they didn't lock him up yet. Oh, Trump helped him. I forgot. Trump dropped the charges. All right, family. I'm out.
Yeah.
What else you working on, Sean? That book that I sent you, Sean, is pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, he left already because you.
I'm out of here, man.
But that was a great show, and Sean put his foot in that presentation. So
yeah, I just wanted to play
stuff. Good stuff.
I just, and by the way, Akani, I never said what you said I said, and that is crazy. That is crazy that you would come on my show and accuse me of saying something where you have no evidence. I have to correct you, Garfield. Why? You're a Muslim. Why you gotta correct me? It's your people. Your people wasn't Muslim originally, but you adopted that religion.
Yep.
Craziness. Get out of here, man. Leave Akan alone, man. Shame on you. But anyway, I'm out of here, man. Peace and love to y'all. Mika, one love. Do your thing.
Peace, Mika. Peace, Garfield.
Oh, yeah, by the way, Chuck Morgan.
Our star was in the chat.
Chuck Morgan has a presentation coming up, and of course, Asar, he has free reign to come on my channel and respond.
Oh, when?
All right, so as soon as Chuck Morgan does his, he could come on and do his and whatever. So I don't know what they're arguing about. But, well, I have an idea, but let's see both sides. All right. Peace and love to y'all, man. One love.
I won.